the state, it's turned this town into a college town. But a heavily Christian college town, which means you don't get any of the usual college town stuff, like cool parties and bars and
More
stuff like
prayers and
that.
stuff.
And this college will just stop you if your business involves alcohol. They're going to do everything in their power to make sure your business either fails or just doesn't open.
What about tobacco? I can still use tobacco. Not the best market, but still.
I think there's a few tobacco shops here in town, but that's not a great market.
Any restrictions on what sort of magazines I can buy, sell, anything?
Yeah, you can't buy or sell anything that requires a prescription unless you're a pharmacist.
There's some options here. Well, look at it.
And in terms of like your ability to sell over the counter stuff, I honestly couldn't tell you, because that's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse.
Well, I mean, if you want to start a business, you're gonna have to look into this, because, you know, tobacco is nice because it gets the people into your shop, but you don't make any money off of that, so it ain't gonna work. But need a few more produce.
You'd be better off. You'd be around here, especially. Well, I don't even think just around here in general, especially in the United States. Your tobacco shops, they'll probably do well enough to stay in business.
If you're just selling tobacco, usually, well, no, I actually don't know. How much taxation is on tobacco goods in the USA?
We actually have some pretty heavy tobacco taxes.
How high?
Actually.
How high? The question.
Shit, I'd have to look into this because there's multiple taxes on tobacco.
And just exclude everything else. Just ignore sales tax and all that. It's just how much.
No. What I mean is, like, there's a federal tobacco tax, and then state level tobacco taxes on just tobacco. So like I said, there's more. That's not even getting into the sales tax and all that. But the best I can give you is, like, whenever I was a regular smoker, my preferred brand and type of cigarettes were hey, strategy member. What if you wish to use some green? We'll get into that. Whenever I was a regular smoker, my preferred brand was Camel Crush Silvers. I really like menthol. Right now, if I wanted to go buy a pack of those, it'd run me almost $10.
Well, I mean, menthol stuff is forbidden in the EU now. So not even an option around here any longer.
If I wanted to buy a regular pack of, like, Marlboro Reds, it's gonna cost me about $9.
What size, though? Philip Morris has many sizes. Shorts?
No, we got two sizes, shorts and 100s. Well, that's not true. There's the 27. There's a lot of actual different sizes, but when we're talking about cigarettes, I'm not talking about, like, any of the more niche sizes.
Because around here you have basically a flat 54%.
Chat. Strategy. I can read your message. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can read his
messages. I would hope you could hear me. Otherwise, you have some impressive self-conversation skills.
Yes, I have.
Yes. Okay. Strategy. I was making sure I didn't have another fucking major malfunction. No, if you wanted to open up like a tobacco or a nicotine store here, your best bet would be going with vapes. Going with the vapor stuff. I mean, sure, include tobacco and stuff in there if you want, but that's where I'm talking about. You just want to make money.
That's mostly a side business. It's better from the money perspective because the parts actually do give a better margin for me, my actual earnings. But there's,
in terms of
comparatively speaking, they're not that big.
About greenery like weed, there's a huge untapped market for it, but it's way too difficult in the United States right now.
That's far too much of a gray zone around here. I wouldn't get involved with that, honestly.
Oh, I'd get involved in Europe in a fucking heartbeat.
Not in Germany, though. I kind of would advise you against that. Maybe in the Netherlands.
I would still be willing to bet that if I wanted to open a cannabis is recreationally legal in Germany, right?
It is not, technically speaking, legal. No, medical purposes, yes. But not recreational.
Okay, so what I'm going to take from your "it's not technically legal" statement is that it's been decriminalized, I'm guessing. So it's not legal, but there's not fucking lives aren't being ruined because somebody wanted to smoke a joint.
It's basically a bit of a mix. So small amounts to possess them is okay-ish. Larger amounts not. Technically speaking, using them in public is also forbidden. And, well, right now, they're trying slowly to make it legal, but well, we're not yet at. You can use it for medical purposes, pain therapy.
The United States has been fighting a war of attrition on marijuana since the 70s.
As pretty much everybody else has some degree.
No, not like us, dude. Okay, for example, we have a drug classification system, right? It's called the schedule system. So you've got like drugs that it's ranked from Schedule 1 to Schedule 5. Schedule 5 being the most dangerous, harmful drugs. Marijuana is a Schedule 5 drug, and the only thing that it shares that with, I didn't mean to go into that one. The only thing it shares that classification with is heroin. The United States federal government views marijuana as dangerous as heroin and more dangerous than cocaine or methamphetamine.
Like, yeah, sure, here, have your coke, but please, for the love of God, don't take any marijuana.
So we have been, this war has been on for an incredibly long time. When Colorado, if I remember correctly, Colorado was the first state. Also, what if I find an issue? What I find an issue is that if you get in an area bigger...
Let me make this a bit more silent and put on my own music.
Technically, strategy over here, drug use isn't illegal.
Yeah, I know that problem. It's like, yes, the usage is absolutely not a problem.
Because like
the possession, however.
For example, like if I were to walk into a police station after shooting up some heroin, and I had no evidence of heroin on me besides the track mark, and I just walked into that police station and was like, "Hey, fuck you! I'm high on heroin right now." Now I've technically committed a crime, but they cannot arrest me for a drug-related crime. They would have no choice. The only thing they could arrest me for is public intoxication.
Oh yeah, that is indeed a crime.
That is indeed a crime, but being high itself is not illegal. You could not make that illegal because at the end of the day, you couldn't. Like, it would be damn near impossible to prove.
Yeah, it would be a pain in the ass. But, well, that's...
Possession and selling, absolutely illegal. When Colorado first legalized fully, because Colorado didn't fuck around with, we're gonna, legalize it medicinally first, and then we'll talk about recreation. No, Colorado said, get fucked. Full legalization is on the ballot. Here's going to be the tax rate on it. Here's where that funds are going to go. And by the way, all the tax revenue generated from the sale of cannabis in Colorado went to build hospitals, schools, and drug rehabilitation centers. Illegal drug use dropped by 25% in 3 years. Minors in possession of drugs in general of all kinds dropped by 45% in 3 years. And all you heard on the news though was everybody talking about how if Colorado made it legal, all that would do is create drug problems in the surrounding states because everyone would just come to Colorado, buy weed, and leave. Now, the irony of that is I definitely see the argument because I've been making that same argument about gun control, ironically. Whenever somebody's like, well, this state has the strictest gun laws and they've got so much gun crime. Yeah, because they can just drive across state lines and buy the gun legally.
The problem with different states having different law systems, that's a pain in the ass. I'm happy that we don't have that to that degree. We do have some, because, Bavaria is Bavaria, will always be Bavaria.
Well, not to mention, like, this war of attrition has been... Like generations have been ruined because of it. There's a lot of states that have mandatory minimum laws in relation to cannabis. So if you happen to be in one of those states and you get caught with 1 gram of marijuana, the mandatory minimum in Louisiana is 10 years. That's mandatory. They can't sentence you to less. You will get caught with 1 gram of marijuana, literally barely enough to get you one person high, and it will put you in prison for 10 years.
It's a bit, lawmakers. Pain in the ass.
Now, a lot of it actually can be traced back to mostly just politicians wanting to trying to find new ways to enact discriminatory tactics. In the 80s, we had a major crack epidemic that the government helped to fuel. If you don't know much about crack, it is basically a cheap, highly addictive synthetic cocaine. And it carries a harsher penalty than the possession of actual cocaine. But the only people that are really using crack are poor people. Because I hate to break it to you, but I don't know if you know anything about cocaine. Poor people can't afford cocaine.
Although they can't. It's quite crazy.
Cocaine's an expensive, very expensive drug.
It is indeed. To be fair.
Like, and you have to have a lot of it, because like the high from cocaine only lasts 10 to 15 minutes, which is why when people are doing coke, they're doing a lot of coke.
Yes, they do. Wait for me.
But only people that were using coke in the 80s were rich people, mostly white people. But they flooded the black neighborhoods with crack. Which gave them a reason to arrest a lot more black people and keep them in jail longer, hence the harsher penalties.
Is it really a good idea to enhance the penalties that much? That is going to backfire at some point. Ouch. That's a pain.
It's actually, when you think about it, it's on there. I gotta give them credit. It's not a terrible plan, and because in most states, once you catch a record, that's it. You can't vote anymore. Statistically speaking, most people of color vote for Democrats. So Republicans and conservatives come in and get as many black people arrested as they can by flooding the streets with drugs, and then over policing, and then enacting harsher sentences on them. And now you've just taken away tens of thousands of votes. As well as push a little secret agenda, because now you get to point to the demographic of the prison population and try to twist it. If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
I'm gonna see where you're coming from.
It's a genius plan. It's evil as fuck. I'm not sitting here saying like, "Hey, this is something that we should admire." I will, but I'm willing to admit when it worked.
I mean, fair point. It does seem to work. At least,
also, you'd be surprised how many dealers were being supplied by government-paid drug lords, but that's a whole different story. Yes and no, actually. Yes and no. It's not that they were government-paid drug lords. It's that, especially in the 80s, the way that they were operating stings and the way they were able to keep their war on drugs going was with undercover agents that would, like, the only thing that the government was interested in was getting, fucking, why did my mind suddenly go blank? Colombian coke dealer, most famous Colombian coke dealer, Pablo Escobar. That's his name.
Yeah, that's a name.
Government was more interested in getting Pablo Escobar and people like that than they were about what damage they were doing to the citizens. So, like, the government would buy and sell massive amounts of drugs on the street, which allowed them to make better connections, so that way they could try to get more intel, rise through the ranks, and, get the real kingpin. Unfortunately, what they also did in this process was flood streets with crack.
I mean, to be fair, the British kind of did the same to China. It's like, oh, yeah, heroin. That kind of works.
They did opium. It wasn't crack, it was opium.
Well, it was indeed opium. The good old-fashioned heroin. Worked like a charm.
And it was and they waged a whole war over that.
Was a pretty efficient strategy, though. To be fair. Not a nice one.
Yeah, actually, do you know why that came about? It's actually a super interesting story.
Do tell. what you have here.
So basically, when because this all happened in the time when China was kind of up and coming. This is like back in a very turbulent. I don't know if you know much about China, but it's had a very turbulent history.
Well, not according to China itself, but yes, it has a very turbulent history. If not actually existing as China.
Even China doesn't deny it all. Even China's like, no, yeah.
China still has its one China policy.
It took a long fucking time to get here.
Yeah, China's actually trying very efficiently even to retell its own history in a very bright light, which is like, okay.
Well, that's arguable. That is in their defense. That is all nations, unless it can't be done like with y'all's.
Yeah, Germany totally has not much of a chance.
You can't church that up.
And nobody was trying. People were too busy rebuilding.
The British, being British and wanting to expand their wealth and trade empire, were like, "Yo, China, let's trade." And China was like, "Yo, Britain, do you see the size of us? We literally have everything we need. Fuck off." So Britain proceeds to start importing massive amounts of opium into China, so that way it could get its citizens addicted to opium, because they did not have opium in China. And now you've got your import product. Now, hey, China, you don't got this. Well, China was like, at first China was like, okay, fine. And after they realized this is not fine at all, they then proceeded to outlaw it entirely, 100% outlaw it, and they threw all the opium into the ocean. Keeps happening to Britain, apparently. Get fucked, you English cunts. So they waged the Opium Wars, which resulted in the United Kingdom gaining possession of like 2-3 ports in China, which allowed them to continue flooding opium into it.
Which they did continuously. It does work. It's a nasty strategy, but it is a workable strategy. That's the problem.
And indeed is. I really like telling that story just simply because this goes back into like history being misrepresented. Everybody blames the Chinese for or faults the Chinese for the large influx of opium into the United States in the early 19th century. Was it the early 19th century, I think? Yeah, I think so. Early mid-19th century. And it was the Chinese bringing in opium in large quantities to the United States. But I just think it's important to point out, like, hey, that's kind of not their fault entirely.
I mean, to continue using it as a tool, what you can blame on them. And after all, had seen what that much that could do.
Capitalism's gonna capitalism.
Well, yes, and that coming from a country ruled by fucking a communist party. Let's use capitalism as our weapon. That's a strange decision.
They were not a communist country.
They do quite literally have a communist party in charge. Calls itself the Communist Party.
I'm talking about at the time. I'm talking about at that time.
Well, to be fair.
Mao's Great Leap Forward had not taken place yet.
To be fair, no. But that's what
China
I was
saying. That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say, was that, like, they weren't coming here from a communist country.
Not back then. But they have turned quite communist over the time. For good and for bad.
They've become the poster child for the mixture of communism and capitalism. Every market bends the knee to China.
China has done quite well for itself, to be fair. Not that I'm too happy about it, honestly, because that is just ain't quite often through not so nice meats.
Them, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Them doing very well for themselves isn't what I have the problem with.
No, the means they actually use, and
especially the unethical ways in which they are doing well that I have the problem with.
Yes, they're treating quite a few people quite badly in order to achieve that. And they would like some homogeny in their people, so, you know, everything that is not going for that goal is getting treated rather harshly, to put it mildly. Not a fan, honestly.
This deck is you're kicking my ass on this deck. I'm gonna stop using this British-Polish deck. Funny how America says bending the knee is submission, when it used to mean showing respect. It was a combination of things, wasn't it? When you bent the knee, you were showing respect, but you were also it was your way of showing your allegiance and fealty. And then this goes back, you know, a long time where people back to there's many dozens at least of examples where like it was not like you might get killed for just standing when you spoke to the king. Like in court I should say, not like all the time. It wasn't like any time somebody had anything to say to the king.
Basically every nation it goes like, yes, disrespect in a minor disrespect, mind you, like not when applying your etiquette should not be punishable by death. If a nation does that, it's really not good.
So it is submission. Strategy when the penalty for not showing enough respect to the monarchy is death. I would argue you're being forced to do it. So even if like at the very beginning of it all, if it started as a simple show of respect, it rapidly turned into you're going to show me this respect.
Or you're gonna go
or else
get horribly punished. That is an option too.
You do technically. If you were equals, let's say brothers, no one is equal to the king. So there were no equals. You cannot be equal with something that you view as a divine right.
Yes. Things are set in by God himself, and so, by that divine right, no one can be an equal.
Okay.
There's only one person above.
And I knew Strat was going to bring up I'll run that back, by the way, because I'm doing a different deck. And Strat does bring up a valid point of like, well, what about another king? You're right. There's not a lot of historical examples of two brothers holding the equal kingly position of separate nations.
Well, yes, because keep it in the family, basically.
And no, they kept it in the family. That didn't make them equal, though.
Not really, no. At least not according to themselves.
Usually the eldest was of a higher rank of king. I don't 100% know exactly how they did all that shit, besides the fact that they were like, I'm gonna put my dick in my sister wife, so that way God's blood continues to flow through my dick.
Yeah, keeping it in the family, indeed.
He declined, got out safely, and I'm sure there was no... And it's like, again...
We should also think about, what we're going to play in the long run. Before we get...
I'm trying to think about it, but I just... Oh, you want to play some Half-Life later?
Do we even have that?
Then co-op. It's free. And it's just a free modded version of Half-Life 1, and that's the mod, it's co-op.
Oh, onboard, yeah. Depends kind of on how big it is. Because if I need to download it, it could take a while.
It's over a 20-year game. I promise it's not that big.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Like, the first Half-Life came out in like 97. No, 2000?
Wonder, I don't actually remember. I do remember when it came out, but don't ask me what year that was. Jesus Christ, it's been a long while. Quite a long while. Actually,
I never played all the way through any Half-Life game.
Yeah, me neither. You know what I told
never had the opportunity growing up. I still haven't played all the way through the first or second Half-Life. I started playing through on Sven Co-op with my friend Jimmy, because he was like, you make it all the way through Half-Life 1 and I'll buy you Half-Life 2. Because I'm tired of, I feel like an outcast, I feel like a poser. I'm a 30-year-old gamer who's literally been gaming for quite literally as long as he can remember. I haven't played two of the most influential games that will ever exist in video game history.
I played him. I got a headache from one, I remember that much. I was like, meh.
Like, as I've been playing a little bit of Half-Life 1, 100% can see a lot of I'm seeing a lot of other games that I've played that came after Half-Life. Which is always a good feeling. I find that to be an incredibly good feeling. To play an old game, and while you're playing it, you realize, I've played this a lot in different variations in games that came out after this. I don't know, it feels nice to recognize where mechanics came from and where that shit started.
Play some good old-fashioned Gothic. Struggle with the controls. Yes, as everybody else who has ever had the opportunity to get there.
I think the first big name known computer game franchise I ever played was Vampire the Masquerade.
Which one? Redemption?
Redemption.
Yeah. I remember Redemption.
That's all. I actually really... I haven't played it since I was a teenager. But,
Redemption.
over the years, every once in a while, I hear people talk shit about it.
They
Not
do.
anything in particular, they're just like, that game sucks. And
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
Especially because they compare to the second one. And then they're like, but this one is
Bloodlines.
better. Ugh, pain in the ass, those people.
I own Bloodlines, and I do enjoy Bloodlines. It's a fun, really good game. I don't
It is
I don't
fun.
understand why that takes away.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that Redemption is shit. Redemption is just different. Although it's still a positive game.
You don't get that with everything. Like there's a lot of games out there. We'll go back to Half-Life, where everyone that played Half-Life 1, for the most part, everybody really, really, really enjoyed it. And then Half-Life 2 came out, and everybody liked it 8 billion times better. Nobody turned around then and was like, Half-Life 1 sucks.
I know, they just accepted that both games are pretty great.
They were just like, yeah, Half-Life, if you haven't played Half-Life, play it, but then play 2. It was always like, you should play Half-Life, and then you must play Half-Life 2 because of how good it is. It was never, like, I don't understand why a good game gets shit on, because it, in more modern context, it happened, and we've talked about this, it happened with Shogun 2.
Yeah, sure enough.
The DLC. Rise of the Samurai was well received. Everybody was like, yeah, I like this. This is good. And then Fall of the Samurai came out, and they were like, Rise of the Samurai is a piece of shit.
Yep. Quite clearly even. They're like, nope, this is shit. Fall of Samurai is a lot better. And Fall of Samurai is good, no question. Shogun 2 was, generally speaking, not a bad game. Well received compared. Well, yeah, that game is just, generally speaking, not very much appreciated.
Yeah, Empire is its own story, alright? You either fucking love it or hate it.
Pretty much, yeah.
But, like, I've never understood about Redemption. And now I will say, like I said, it has been many years since I played Redemption. But
Redemption.
from what I
Where's the box of
remember,
that,
I actually had a blast the entirety of the time up until, like, the final. The finale was not good, if I remember correctly. I didn't care for it. But that's not enough. I don't think, while that can be enough to make a decent game bad, like, an ending can ruin a game, but that's not the case here. It was I didn't hate it. It was just disappointing.
Yeah, basically. Kinda. I mean, the game itself was fun to play, but yeah.
Yeah, going from like medieval fucking times
to the modern times.
To the modern times, I thought that was really fucking cool. I do wish that there was a little bit more. That's my only other complaint that I can top of my head think of, is that I wish it had been longer. Give me more time in the modern times as well. Give me like equal time if you can.
Yeah, basically. They did kind of rush towards the end there. I mean, I get where they're coming from, but still.
But it also lets you use cheat codes for stuff at any given time, which meant I was running around in medieval times with a machine gun. And that is always fun. I went to end my turn, and I tried to do it by almost clicking surrender.
Didn't we know there's this fucking surrender button in this game? Have a look for it.
Well, speaking of Empire, apparently there's a big patch to the Empire 2 mod.
Ooh.
Changes a bunch of stuff. It's gonna probably be a fucking long time before I try it. Because, and unless they decide real quick to just go ahead and make a launcher. Because I don't fucking feel like having to go through the entire process of it was a hard mod to install. It took a few tries.
Yeah, having to do that again sounds like a bit of a pain in the ass, doesn't it?
It really was. Just because it's... Man, if it's a game on Steam, just put it on the Steam Workshop for fuck's sake, and just give me an easy way to do this.
You would think so, but no, that would be too easy.
I'm wondering when you decided that you were going to make a badass German and Italian deck. How did you even get enough cards to make an Italian side?
I just added a few cards that I had lying around because I was like, yeah, these cheaper units would probably do me well. Because most German cards cost a fucking arm and a leg. So, you know, I was like, okay.
Maybe in your deck, I got their Blitz cards can be very cost effective.
True enough.
I've got a lot of good there's a lot of good cannon fodder in the German cards. From my issue with the German cards,
the combined forces aspect is kinda neat, but it really only works if you can actually play to that. Otherwise, it ain't gonna be good.
I want one more because I've got my ass kicked twice, and that's not okay.
Okay, one more, no problem.
Last one, and then we'll actually find some real shit to do.
But honestly,
today.
though, to give you a bit of advantage on the game, do take a look at the Star Wars Old Republic thing. It's, as long as you're in the mood for it, really fun to play. Really story heavy for an MMO, which I do enjoy. And you can play most of these quests, especially the class quests in co-op. They haven't changed that, which is really neat. Nice concept. Actually thinking about the concept of, hey, maybe some people want to play together. Enemy located. Where is he? Apparently, according to this map, you are very north. You're in Canada.
If I recall, I've once tried Knights of the Old Republic.
It's not Knights of the Old Republic, it's the Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic are the really old KOTOR games. Those are great too.
But the last thing like that is in the same vein that I tried was I made the mistake of trying it on console.
Ooh, yeah, that's a punishment.
Decades after it came out, and I was blessed with the knowledge of just how many better ways there was to handle this control scheme.
Yeah, that's a pain. Games like this really don't develop for that.
And my buddy was just like, bro, I know, but if you can just get used to it, if you could just make it through, the problem is it's worth it. And I couldn't. I was like, no. I can't. I'll play it on computer some other time.
That's the problem, actually. It is absolutely worth it, but playing games like these on console really kill people.
Well, yeah, because that was never what they were designed for, and the UI is just...
Yeah, the UI and the control scheme they used, everything is basically... It clearly... It screams, do not play me with a controller. So what do you say? So, no, I was just... I'm trying to get the Chrono somewhat interested too, so that we can all three set up, play Star Wars. Also, I made a character on that server.
It's not that I have a lack. It's not my lack of interest. I'm just very indecisive. It's been a fucking hard week, and I've just been indecisive.
I mean, let's not speak about hard weeks. I know that feeling very well. Very well indeed.
Every day that I have to go to this job I hate, I want to die a little bit more.
Well, that's how that sometimes goes, to be fair. I mean, at least I don't feel like dying, but I still, you know. I mean, if your clear-cut goal is basically to get rid of the store, getting the motivation to do your job properly all of the time is difficult. But well, it is what it is.
I hate absolutely everything about where I work, to include the majority of the people I work with.
It does happen. It's one of the risks of working for somebody. There will be people, and you will not necessarily get along well with everybody.
Well, it's one of the risks of working in America. I actually heard my store manager the other day, because like I admitted something because he hires a lot of fucking teenagers, and then they just pretty much get to do whatever the fuck they want.
It's a pain in the ass and a half. Yeah, putting it mildly.
Oh yeah. And I had said something about it, and dude was just like, "Well, ever since COVID, they've gotten it in their heads that they can, that there's always another job, and they can just go work somewhere else." And basically, all without saying it, just saying, well, they can go work. They know they can go work somewhere else. So if I want to keep employees, I'm just gonna have to let them do whatever they want.
That's a very bad idea.
No, yeah, because it's like, oh, you're right, they could go work somewhere else. Let them. And then also, in the same vein, make this a desirable place to work.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's not.
It's fine.
It's not. Like no one wants to work for $11 an hour.
Understandable. But still, it's difficult. I mean, I'm always a bit torn in discussions like this because I see it from both sides. Somebody who has employed people in the past. It's difficult.
I say, like, I don't think it's all that difficult myself. I just think that if you want to run a successful business, then then it has to be a give and take thing. You have to offer plenty of incentives that make people want to work. But at the same time, you also need to make sure that you are holding your store and your staff up to a high standard that's worth that incentive. That's what that incentive is for. It's not just to get them to do what the fuck they're told or to do the bare basics of their fucking job.
Not everybody actually
It's supposed to get them to want to hold your standard. But then those people get fucking fired and go get a different job.
Well, yeah, to some degree, but also some people who get paid very well to do a relatively simple job, they end up not upholding any sort of standard that I would like them to uphold. And then even going so far as stealing from me, and I'm sitting there like, bitch, please. You're really making me hate having people work for me.
You're always going to get a few shit employees, no matter what.
Yeah, but that is going to turn me very negative on the next employer. I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to keep a very close eye on you, because now I feel like you have a very high potential for betraying me. Might not be fair, but that's how it works.
And right, yeah, it's like, I was about to say that might not be fair, but at the same time, if that employee once that good pay and whatever other incentives are offered, and they just aren't that person that's gonna fuck you over.
Yeah, but because no matter
what incentives you offer, that person, like, if they're gonna fuck you over, they're gonna fuck you over.
They will, true enough.
And so no matter what, you're not going to really stop that unless you get fucking psychic abilities.
Yeah,
and then you're right, they do have to prove themselves, and because they aren't, and if they aren't that person that's going to screw you over, then they will. I mean, to me, that just sounds like standard employment. I have that mind frame with quite literally everyone I hire. It's like, okay, I'm gonna hire you. I'll hire you. You're gonna make a living wage. I'm going to make it worth your time, effort, and the power to make my store, whatever it is, a success. If you uphold to this standard, I will do everything I can to make your life as fucking luxurious and good as I can.
Yeah, to a certain degree, my friend. I can't pay people a fucking gold bar per session just because they do a good job.
No, you absolutely can't. But you you could absolutely pay them enough that that they're not having to decide whether or not they should come into work with 104-degree fever, because if they don't get to eat next week.
Yeah, I do make sure also, it's not really much of a problem because if you're sick,
the majority of jobs in America, first of all, there is no federal law that requires businesses to give you paid time off, paid sick leave at all, or any kind of maternity leave, paid or unpaid.
Yeah, that's a problem in and of itself, but luckily we do have systems for that. Because otherwise that would be fucked.
I find that helps, that those things help an awful lot.
And still the people will be greedy until the end, and you will always get those cunts who actually try to still get more benefits.
Over time, I promise you'll end up with more good people then you'll end up with shit people. Because if there's one thing that a life of hardship and hell has not broken me of yet, it is my belief that there are more good people than shit ones.
Yes, statistically speaking, as far as I have met them, and I've met quite a few, running a business doesn't do itself by itself and just one person. You have to run around quite a bit. Yeah, they are, technically speaking, more good people. It's just that it's really hard to tell the good ones from the bad ones at first glance.
I mean, and like, it would not be hard to accomplish this where I live either. Literally by offering, by letting you get like some paid sick time off, and vacation time, and paternity leave. If I would offer those three things, I promise you I would become one of the most desirable businesses to work in the city.
Well, in the end it comes down to...
That's how few people...
It's Katyushka. Katyushka. Oh, Katyushka.
That's how few people offer those basic benefits, which if I recall, are required to be offered by law in your nation.
Well, yes. Sick leave, maternity leave, it's not even debatable.
Vacation.
Yes, you do have a right to vacation. It depends a bit on what contract you have, but your standard contract of like somewhere between 2 to 3 weeks of vacation per year, they have to give you. Which, to be fair, you know, you kinda need at least a little bit of off time.
Not according to America.
Yeah, I mean, I know, not according to America. America is special. One doubts America to be special. I once met a Japanese guy, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, paid vacation. I have a lot of that."
Like, if I had just one or two things going in my favor, I could turn fucking everything around. But without any kind of startup capital, and without any sort of like really good credit rating.
Yeah, your credit rating system is really annoying.
And combine that with a lack of good, valuable collateral on the bank size, and I don't have a shot.
Well, what I can tell you is that your credit score system is really annoying.
Yeah, you're telling me.
It is really fucking annoying, honestly. I've seen many systems.
How much startup capital are we talking? Strategy, you would have to, honestly, right now, it would honestly depend.
Well, I can give you a small, ideas. But you need to start up a small business.
I need to buy land.
Well, you can rent for a while, you can buy it later, if that suits your business. But it does bind you, basically. Which is not necessarily always good. Sometimes you want to have the ability to actually get out of a contract quickly without having the land attached to it for with you forever. It's kinda what you need to consider. Because you don't know how things will work in, the long run. So think about that for a while before you make the decision to buy anything. Renting might not sound nice, but it is a workable solution, mind you.
No, I agree. There's a lot of stuff, because it's hard to even put a number on how much startup capital would be needed. It would need at least...
Depends, honestly.
Start in a building in a mall. The malls aren't that... That ain't it. Because then that would, first of all, the nearest mall...
That would be pricey as fuck.
For one, yes. And for two, the nearest mall is...
You should never go into any of those. Oh, they rip you off so fucking hard. Just with the rent, they rip you off fucking hard. I can tell you, I've looked at this shit.
Successful. There's also just not America. Malls long. If I were to open up a business, I'd want to do it in the town that I'm in, because the businesses that I would want to open are like markets that there is a high demand for in this area. Like, there's no hobby shop. Like, there's no like game hobby shops, for example, where people can go after school or at night or on the weekend and like play Dungeons and Dragons or board games and fucking Magic and stuff like that. There's nearby, if I were to go into a nearby wet county, I could open up a bar, which I was almost guaranteed. If the location's good, it's guaranteed to be successful.
Yes, but the good locations cost all of the money. That's the problem. The best thing you can do is to do what the Germans did in World War II. Combine forces. Combine a few things together. Have a larger fucking market
that would honestly be Well, and I wouldn't want to do. I don't even think I could do it alone. Like even if I had the money.
You know, nobody can work 24 hours, 7 days a week. We need employees.
It's not even just that. I don't have the experience and the knowledge needed to do it.
They do. Experience does help a lot, to be fair.
And I think the bare minimum of like, if I were to go in without collateral and with just capital, the bare minimum I would need to get started would be somewhere between, and this is just like a shot in the dark ballpark, but bare minimum between $20,000 and $50,000. And that'd be enough. That would be enough maybe for to pay the fees needed to rent the land, get the permits, get everything needed, and if it was an empty slot of land, because like I would rent the empty land if the location was perfect, then I would have to build on it. If it wasn't, then I would have to renovate. That's it. And if you have the right plan, I can invest in family fund. But see, the people that it's not that I don't have people that I trust, because I have people I trust, but it boils down to I need people. I need like one person that has the knowledge to navigate the bureaucracy side.
It's always fun. Bureaucracy. And lots of it.
And what are we gonna play?
That's a very good question. I'm still somewhat thinking about it. Makes you wonder.
I mean, people you trust with the job they need in the position, but yeah. And you see, I wouldn't even need a lot of stuff. I'd need, at the end of it all, my opening day, I probably need, counting myself, no more than 5 people.
There's Victoria.
But that would be the perfect world. In all reality, this would probably be opening with like me and one person.
Supreme Commander.
For a while.
Really nice. Would play something I never played to any success before, like Dominions 5. Oh boy.
Let me see. I wish we had money that we could just be all like, let's just buy something.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be really nice.
2-people company for $20K is a hard sell on my family. No,
it's not a hard sell.
The reason I said why it would likely be just me and one other person at first.
So 20K is really low if you want to start off a business in any real shape.
That was the absolute bare minimum of a shot in the dark.
It's basically a one-man company with all of its assets already bound. There's quite literally no playroom there. You can't make any mistakes, and that coming from somebody who has 0 experience running a business, that's not gonna work. You want to start with at least 30K.
It would actually probably be closer to 50K. I'm just gonna boot up Hearts of Iron 4.
Yeah,
because I don't think we actually share much in the faster-paced catalog.
I actually think we have quite different tastes when it comes to that. I look through my list, I'm like, which could he have that we could play together? And I'm like, oh yeah, Creeper World maybe. And I'm looking on it, and no, he doesn't have it. And I'm like, Dominions, and he doesn't have that.
Hard to write yourself in if you plan to start on the loss. And you see, that is the 2 issues. There's the big issue. The reason I also said that, like, and yeah, it would be hard to run that business with just 2 people to start. I wouldn't be able to afford to pay what I demand they be paid.
Let's go over here.
For more than 2 people for a while.
Which Hearts of Iron are we actually going to play around with?
What are you feeling?
I haven't seen the Venus today, so no ponies, I suppose. What else do we have? Great War, Road, Kaiser.
We could just jump into into regular old Hoy with, make sure I've got the fucking right place sets on there. Yeah, with Road to 56.
Road to 56, that's all neat. Yeah, sure, let's play some Road to 56, that random choice what we're gonna play with.
Yeah, because that's something that also definitely makes it difficult, is because, like, I refuse to
some road.
Sacrifice my principles just so I can do well.
Oh, you will not do well.
So any employees that I ever have in the future, if I ever have any business or an employees, will be paid a living wage.
I don't worry, you will not do well, especially not in the first year, so You will have the red numbers of the red numbers of the red numbers.
And you said that, but that's not 100%. I gotta go though. Might come back. Might come back from a family meeting. Yeah. And also, you might not be 100% accurate on that, because if you tap into one of the untapped markets in this particular town.
Yes, but you need time to establish yourself. All of that time is going to cost you money. It will take time. Ready for me.
Some of the there's a lot of locations up for lease, rent, and sale right now that get good foot traffic, and that they get good drive-by traffic too.
Yes, but getting people to actually go into your store is difficult. To have them actually buy something, even more so. I said, you know.
The only other place they can buy Magic cards from is GameStop or Walmart. Stuff like that. Because it wouldn't be like a multi-million-dollar, even at its most successful, it wouldn't be like a multi-million-dollar idea.
You know.
It wouldn't even be $1 million idea, because it would be tapping into an untapped and slightly niche market.
Especially because you don't want to just tap into one little market. You want to have the broad spectrum going for you. That's kind of where you have to start off with. One niche alone is not going to feed you, let alone somebody else. 2 or 3 niches might be able to feed you.
I find that I could do both, because at the end of the day, the overall, in whatever form or shape it takes. In whatever form or shape it takes, the general business idea and the biggest market that needs someone to fill it in this area is a place to hang out, something to do.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of either of those things in this town. There's actually not really any. Not that are worth a shit. Now, if things ever had a chance of going right, which they don't in this town, I would make it like a dual operation thing where, up until a certain time, it's just like more of a family friendly place. But then maybe like Friday and Saturday after 9 p.m. or whatever, it's adults only. And now, come on, grown-ups, let's get drunk and play Dungeons and Dragons or something. But you're not getting a liquor license in this town unless you're a major restaurant.
Yep. It's not that easy to actually offer good old-fashioned liquor. You usually need to fulfill a few requirements, which are pricey.
There is actually a small technical loophole that could be exploited, but I'm not certain on how to go about that. You see, in most actually of these smaller towns here in the state of Arkansas, even though they almost all of them fall exclusively in dry counties, they can't leave. They're not a bar. The VFW isn't a bar. It's a quote club. And you have to have a membership to drink in there. And that's how you get around it. I don't know exactly how that works, but it would.
I would assume the state makes some money off of that in some way or another.
Well, close, because like it's not like you pay your membership dues and then you get to just walk in and fucking do a keg stand. You gotta pay for all your drinks.
Yeah, but I'm also assuming that the state will actually have means in place to make some money off of you in that case.
Oh yeah, off of the taxes.
Yeah.
Taxes, fees.
Multiplier. Yay.
And then, but at the same time, I don't like alcohol. I guess wouldn't necessarily be needed. I would really love to open up like a lounge bar, but that's just not going to happen in the state of Arkansas. Not in any capacity that I would be happy with. But yeah, there's like nothing, especially for kids to do. And when I say kids, I just mean, everybody that's not an adult. with a, you know, with expendable income to do whatever the fuck they want. If I could get my hands on like 150 grand, I would open up an old school arcade.
Well, I mean, you can
And
try.
it would be successful. No, a lot of nostalgia.
Potentially. The problem is, you know,
lot of fucking nostalgia in it. Who do I want to fucking be?
very good question. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. What a union it
I
is.
think I shall be Italy.
Italy?
Yeah, just for the fucks of it.
I'm gonna be the Swiss Confederation. Gonna be democratic for once. Let's make hot show anything. Let's go through the custom game rules. Da 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 da. See, everything is how it should be. Jesus Christ. Why is that list so long?
Yeah, I honestly, I do really believe that an arcade, and it wouldn't be like in your it wouldn't be completely as your old school arcades go, because it wouldn't. I forgot to change my category. It wouldn't, probably wouldn't be quarter operated. Instead, you'd pay to get in. 1 second, wife's calling.
Yeah, no problem. Just gonna initializing the game. It's gonna take a while anyway. The loading times. The loading times indeed. Well then, let's see how it is to be Swiss. That's gonna be an interesting experience. Like, yes, peace and quiet, but also don't piss off the Nazis, don't piss off the Allies, don't piss off anyone. Yes. Classic Swiss play. Welcome to the road. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I will have all the troops. I have 18 divisions. That's actually amazing. I could just to have a bit less. Have 2 areas to defend. That is not much. I actually missed a few. This. Now then, as usual, I shall bomb ammunition. Mobilize the Swiss militia. I don't think we have any need to mobilize the Swiss militia right about now. Oh yeah, I forgot. Special division research. I do like it, but meh. Got more important things that need to be done immediately. What company? Not do I have? I don't have any logistics company yet. Time to change date.
Returned.
Welcome back. I don't think I will give my people some flamethrowers. How does it look with roads? Have you finished your roads? That's Swiss for you. Okay, let's
Just start putting everyone on patrol.
To Montier. Military factories. We have quite a few actually.
I've got actually a pretty fucking hellacious navy.
Your Italy, yes, you do have a bit of a navy. Not as much as Japan should have, but still pretty nice.
Oh, well. Being a little bit knowledgeable of history means that being Italy isn't exactly a thing that grants comfort.
I don't think I will need much in the way of supply depots. I'll probably just feed my people supplies through the main hubs. Now then, let's produce more guns, shall we? National focus. Let's see. What can trees do? They don't really have that big of a tree. Can I align myself with the Germans? Fascist diplomacy. Roman association. Go to the Reich. Okay. Review the economy.
No, that's not correct. Stop that.
Please first to and electric railways. Renegotiate trade treaties. Prepare for war.
Why are you being like this? Stop it.
Grant 12%. General fortification programs.
Fine, just do that. No idea who y'all are. I'll just put you in there.
Support the Bürgerblock. Support die Richtlinienbewegung. I don't know that there's suddenly some German in there.
Do they have their... Okay, yeah.
Means nationalism, which means fascism. Nobody was surprised.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to bring... Now that I'm not playing cards with you, I can bring up your stream.
You can. I have yours up.
That's how you've been beaten. That's how you were beating me, isn't it?
And not really, no. I had you off while we were playing cards, and then I was like, yeah, okay, now that we're out of that, I can just put it on the screen and look at it. Smart boy. Yes. Hey, German, do you have some stuff for me? Some chromium or what? Nah, steel, not chromium. Okay.
I'm already kind of regretting picking Italy.
I'm Swiss, and I have a decision called naval build-up. Our country has no navy, decision. And it may be wise to consider building one. I'm Swiss. How am I supposed to build a fucking navy? I don't have access.
Get the fuck out.
It's like, yes, how are we gonna do this? Well, through, dedication. If we just will ourselves to the sea.
I'm already. I thought I had to declare that, but okay.
No, then. I shall be swift and defending my borders by doing nothing and playing nice with everybody. It means I'm going to give weapons to the Nazis, and then I'm going to turn around and give the same amount of weapons to the Allies, and then when the Nazis ask me nicely for the Jews, I'm going to be like, here, take them.
Nazis ask me for the Jews, I'm be like, here.
I mean, that's basically what Swiss did. Swiss were like, yeah, come, take some weapons. You also take some weapons. Oh, you want some Jews? Here, take some Jews, please. No, let us be in peace, please. That's how Swiss survived. Playing nice with everybody, and I will, in good old Swiss Confederate decision, be just it. Well, we said that I'm going to align myself with Germany and Italy. Let's see where that leads. Actually, maybe we'll manage for one single time to actually align ourselves.
Actually be on the same side.
It has never happened before.
It really, I don't think it had. No, it happened whenever we were playing as East Asians.
Oh yeah, I mean somewhat, yes. But you know, there was the whole trouble with you having Manchuria.
I definitely don't think that it was going to. If we had kept that going, it would have lasted. I don't think it would have.
Yeah, no, we were basically already going into very different ways already. That would have broken down at some point.
But we weren't talking about, you know, our ability to stay on the same side.
To be fair. Maybe this time it works. I mean, I'm Swiss. I basically a little bitch boy that likes to play nice with everyone. So, you know, it might work this time. It's like, yes, Masa, I'm here to help you. You have a very smug little leader. You are Mussolini. I like it. Smug little Mussolini. Actually, how does Germany look? He wrote. Oh yeah. Blonde, blue eyes, nice set of tits. I can appreciate. Okay, have you set up everything? Shall I put the speed on?
One thing. Hold on, I'm looking at some couple of things. That's why I was like, I'm starting to already regret this is why I don't normally play as like America or Russia, because it's like, why you start this game and you just throw all this bullshit at me.
I mean, you should also be at war with Ethiopia already. Yes, you are. set up your
Yes.
front lines and stuff, so that you can immediately conquer them. It doesn't give you much trouble, but they are a bit annoying. Send some planes, send the navy if you're bored. Not that they have any access to the sea, so that's really not necessary. And can offer you docking rights. Hey game, why can't I offer you why can't I offer docking rights? I don't have any docks.
Why do I have so many
Yeah.
planes?
I have offered you docking rights. Please dock at fucking Swiss. How the fuck are you gonna do that though?
I will dock. I don't know how, but I'll do it.
I mean really,
You can go ahead. You can go ahead and put us on. I guess 1 times. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to fucking manage this Air Force.
make liberal use of your ability to shift click things, basically. Take them all, give them all orders, and just send them all down there. You can actually select combined arms, so basically all of your different plane types, and just give them all the orders, and it should work.
I'm just trying to go through and attach them all to the fucking to units.
Just send them into the area, that should be more than enough. As long as your people get some slight help, that should be more than enough. Ethiopia is really not a danger. Luckily enough. Kinda weak.
You know what? That'll do for the air support for now. Fuck off. I'm tired of clicking on it. I've got other shit needs to be organized.
Upgrade the militia. Do I have any units in training? I don't. I'm not surprised. I have quite literally 0 manpower. Well, Swiss, you might be a modern nation, but you will have some problems. I can tell you that much.
You go over to him.
Portuguese. No,
Form that. Start planning on forming that new front.
I should probably be able to steamroll them. I mean, there's many mountains, which makes it fighting a pain in the ass, but break through once and you should have an easy time.
A big thing that doesn't help is just how scattered everything is, you know?
I mean,
like I definitely have the manpower. I just need to get all the manpower in in the place it needs to be.
Yeah, Italy has its hands in many ports and trying to stir them. It's Italy for you. Quite the powerful nation, actually, at this point in time.
Yeah, it's a shame Mussolini squandered it all, huh?
Well, I mean, yes, he could have done better, to be fair. Actually, there was there was actually a rather dangerous plot of assassination against him, backed by some. For good reasons.
Yeah. I've always found it kind of, and I don't know why, but I've always just found it a little bit humorous because if you look into the right places, you find a lot of documentation that essentially hints strongly and like has a lot of supporting evidence showing that Mussolini just really overestimated Germany.
Well, that too.
Because his entire plan, Mussolini's whole strategy was just like, we'll help, sure, yeah. And then it's like, then he was just going to sit back in some support units and, you know, take an equal share of the spoils.
Yeah. That's right. Really hard. Now, why is the NSDAP one of my parties? National Socialist Worker Party.
It's always been kind of interesting to me too, since like I get it, you know, that Normandy was closer to Germany than Italy when we got there. But we were in Italy whenever the Normandy invasions happened.
Oh yeah. You captured Sicily and went from Sicily to the rest of mainland Italy.
So it just seems like kind of a, I don't want to say a waste. Because I can see the strategic point of, you know, obviously they were like, no, you're hitting from multiple angles.
I mean, you had multiple enemies, technically speaking, that you needed to deal with.
Turns out we didn't need to deal with Mussolini at all. The Italians dealt with Mussolini.
To be fair, yes. But still, you know, there was an army. I'm pretty sure America didn't want to fight 2 armies at once. You know, taking a piecemeal is probably not a bad strategy. Well, landing on Sicily is actually technically not a bad decision.
No, Mussolini's just one of those. Now, I will say I have always felt bad for his girlfriend. Because she got executed with him.
Ain't that a risk you take? To get involved with somebody that is that special.
I suppose, yeah, it is. I guess you could say it is a risk that you take. And a lot of people will voice the defense that, you know, she fucking knew everything that bad that was happening in terms of Mussolini's part.
I mean, yes, she probably knew at least enough to be a...
She knew enough that to have an opinion on the matter.
But yeah.
And so everyone just assumed that, like, well, since you were still with him, and you must have decided that what he was doing was just fine, because if you thought it was abhorrent and he wouldn't stop, why would you stay with him?
Mm-hmm. Which is the basic idea, you know? You can't just claim I didn't know. Didn't get away with that.
Yeah, especially when you're the dictator's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't know, like I don't know really anything about the woman. Sometimes I just land on the conclusion that she must have been like super in love with the guy, because it wasn't like they were just rounded up and executed. Like, they went into hiding first. They fled.
Yep.
I don't know about you, but if I'm dating somebody who's the head of the government and the government collapses, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna break up with you, but I'm not gonna flee in the same direction as you.
Yep, that might be a bit of a bad idea. Because that is gonna make a very clear picture for people to see. Am I actually building...
Up to like 2 or 3 times speed now, if you'd like.
I mean, I'm Swiss, you know. My job is basically sitting around and looking pretty. So, precisely what I will do.
I'm also kind of heartless, because I take a little bit of just... Like, and now, full disclosure, I've never claimed in my life to be a good person. I've always claimed the opposite. And with that being said, I heard Mussolini really begged for his life before they shot him, which... That's a little warm and fuzzy feeling.
Yes.
And to know that you got to feel a taste of the fear that you inflicted on so many.
I was not going to bring back all of the people that died, but I don't think he had any chance of getting out of that.
That's what I'm looking for. Cathartic? It's a little cathartic.
I mean, you know, Hitler also was quite aware that if he get captured, he'd probably not get away with, you know, slip to the wrist or something. No, there's always gonna be more. Still doesn't justify his fucking suicide,
understood. Well, I mean, yeah, Hitler actually, from what I understand, he went back and forth on the idea of potentially being captured by the Americans. He, of course, like would rather die than be captured by the Russians.
Yes. I think most Germans were like this.
He went back and forth on if he should surrender himself to the Americans. From what I understand, part of the reason it was long-term thinking of like, if captured and put on trial, how much damage would that do to the Reich? Because he never, in his mind, in his fucking broken brain, he never envisioned a world where the Reich fell.
Oh.
Just where Germany lost the war.
Every moment Germany couldn't keep up running fast enough, he kind of lost any hope that we were the chosen people. He made that very clear.
Like I said, he never entertained any ideas that the Reich would fall. Just like, you know, and it's not that uncommon. Before him, nobody could entertain the idea that the Kaiser would fall.
Well, To be fair.
Nobody entertained the idea that the Tsar would be overthrown or that Stalin would ever stop.
Yep.
Nobody, you know.
Look how many lives these sort of misunderstandings have cost us. An assload, let's put it mildly.
Yeah. Yes and no. I approach it with a degree of understanding. That understanding just being that regardless of it, if you truly believe that you're in the right,
as does everybody to some degree.
I would argue that I don't know if I'd argue that everybody truly believes. I would argue that the majority think that they're in the right, but there's a difference between thinking you're in the right and like they're not even being the possibility of doubt.
There's always a possibility of doubt, but if everybody's like, yep, we on the right side, we are doing the right thing, we're doing the good thing, everybody else is the evil one, it's hard to argue. But yeah. Wilhelm Gustloff has been assassinated. My fascist leader, well, the leader of my fascist party has been assassinated. That's not going to make those fascist people go quiet now.
You say that. Maybe it does.
I know, they're just going to replace it and be like, you know, you have proven now that you're not actually adhering to your democratic principles. Somebody has assassinated our guy. Now they have some ammunition to actually argue. That's a very bad move. Because you can't be on one hand be like, yes, we are a democratic country, we will allow our votes, us to actually make the choice, and be like, but yeah, not these people, we're going to get rid of them. It's not how that works. Because then they can argue, and you don't want those people to argue in a way that the common people will be like, okay, yeah.
You know what dictatorial trend I've never been able to really wrap my head around? Because there's a lot about a dictatorship that I can wrap my head around. From like, if I can put myself in that point of view, you know. Maybe that's not a healthy thing to do, but I have a heartfelt belief that in order to stand by your ideals, that you need to be able to put yourself in the point of view of opposing ideals. Even if you don't agree where they're coming from, you need to be able to see it.
Well, to some degree, you will never truly understand somebody who is very, very different from you and their views.
You don't have to understand them, but understanding where they come from that's something that can put you on a path to understanding how they got to where they are now.
Yeah. So
and if you've gotten that, you can start correcting it if corrections are needed.
Yes, but who makes the decision that corrections are needed?
Well, I mean, by that logic, nobody should decide anything.
It's the difficulty about it, isn't it?
And in terms of who decides what corrections are needed, well, now let's talk. Well, what are we talking about? Are we talking about your stupid belief that the coronavirus is completely harmless and that it shouldn't be anything to be worried about, and the best thing you can do is go out, get sick, spread it to as many people as you can for herd immunity? If that's what we're talking about, the scientific community gets to decide what's correct.
Yes.
And they have a process for that.
You would assume so, although they do not make necessarily the best effort to actually make that easy to understand for your more common person. Which kind of backfires harshly on them.
Yes, and I again, I can see where scientists are coming from on that. Because like the unsurprisingly, the common fucking pleb is a little bit too stupid to, I guess, understand fully the scientific process.
And a little bit too busy to actually read himself into that fucking thing. Not necessarily that people don't want to understand, you know.
Yeah, because like otherwise, you know, if you understood the scientific process, then you would also understand that information's going to change. That's science. Very rarely do you ever get any scientific information that is just like, this won't change. But Some people don't understand. Now, if we're talking, now, but that so if we're talking in terms of to answer, like I said, to answer your question of who decides what's supposed to be corrected and how, well, like if we're talking about something that is factual and not opinion-based information, the experts in the matter get to decide what the correct information is. And if you don't like that, then dedicate your life to becoming an expert in the field.
If you have that option, yes, that's the problem.
Once you have that option. But if you don't have that option, then how do you have the option to doubt the experts in the field?
Well, I mean, by the same degree, I would doubt the doctor of medicine to do my plumbing, but I'm gonna, you're not an expert, are you? And still he will have an opinion. Still he will have an opinion on that.
And when it comes to opinions, that's not something that necessarily even needs to be corrected.
Yes, it shouldn't be, but that too leads to making horrible choices that might not be the best, according to the expert. Now we have an conflict of interest here. Organization or defense? Defense sounds a lot more pleasant, considering that I'm fucking Swiss. It is difficult. Trying to get all of that in the one head is the great goal of a democracy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it works well. Because if we let the people decide, then yes, people will make stupid decisions based on many things.
For me, it kind of goes back. It kind of also goes back to a very hilarious question that I occasionally get asked by Christian fundamentalists, because they have a hard time fathoming that morality can exist without the existence of a deity. To which I get asked quite often, well, then who's to say what's right and what's wrong? We are. Society.
Well, yes, society does decide.
Society is so knowledgeable. That's not the point, whether society knows better or not. It's the consensus of the masses. It's that simple. Oh, so if the consensus of the masses said rape was okay, then it would suddenly be okay?
Well, yes, it was for quite a long while, to some degree.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was one of those things where it's like, hey, no, actually, society has never had a blanket view of rape as good or bad.
I mean, we had stuff like the right of the first night, and that was quite widely accepted because why not? Seems reasonable, and that is most definitively maybe.
And when people ask that, like, well, if society decided this, okay, can you get like, if society decides this, there will be, first of all, there's going to be a section of society that pushes back. All right, and then at that point, it becomes an ideological, philosophical battle, usually a non-violent one.
To some degree,
over decades and sometimes generations over the morality of an issue.
Yeah, which is totally okay. That's how it should be.
And that's how it is. People make bad choices. You're right. People make bad choices. People also make good choices. Congratulations. That's people.
Indeed.
You shouldn't put your faith in your sky. And then I always follow that with, you shouldn't put your faith in a sky daddy just because you don't have faith in humanity.
Although, to be fair, putting your faith into some sky daddy is also a choice that they should have every right to make if they want to. Just, don't let that hinder your rational thought. You can believe whatever you want, as far as I'm concerned. Like, if you want to believe in some Neolithic goddesses with white hips and big breasts, sure, go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you from that. Oh, Wuppertal. Nice.
So, and I kind of get it. People have this desire to have something set in stone, like especially and there is no topic this is more true about than morality. They want it to be set in stone, black and white, with very little gray, because if nothing else, at least we're all sentient enough to understand that there's never not going to be a gray.
Yeah, you would figure so, but then again, at the end of the day, humanity also is just one very highly developed animal. Don't forget that we are not above making many mistakes in our conceptions.
Oh, absolutely. But at the end of the for me, like that still doesn't beg the question: who's to say what's right and wrong?
There's no final answer. You can make society make that choice, but that means you will have to accept, even if society goes horribly wrong or decides that
certain abuse. We're just talking philosophy.
Yeah, good old philosophy between who actually decides what morality is, why is it good, why is it bad, why could democracy have an effect on it, so on and so on and so on. Well,
something I feel like people always leave out of the conversation is our evolution of how we've decided morality and what is moral and not. And as humanity has advanced and continues to advance, it tends to fall more and more in line on morality. If we consider something immoral that negatively impacts another person without their consent.
that's a very broad way of saying it. Basically, your rights end where my begin is the old-fashioned way of saying it.
Yes and no. So a generic everyday example for how is smoking is not immoral.
No, not really.
You smoking, not immoral whatsoever.
It's my choice,
But
indeed.
you smoking in an enclosed space around non-smokers without at least going, hey, is it okay if I smoke? That's immoral.
Well, yes, pretty obvious. Because I'm forcing my decision to smoke onto other people.
Okay.
Yeah. Doesn't really take...
You don't have the right to smoke. It's not an inherent right.
I do. According to the state, I'm allowed as long as I'm 18 to do it, if I make that choice.
Well, I mean, what I'm getting at is when I say it's not a right, I should say that it's not something we worry necessarily about being infringed upon.
It is being infringed upon, quite literally.
It depends on how you look at it, I suppose. Now we're into opinions.
We're at the point where the state is quite literally trying really hard to get laws into place that will actually technically forbid me from smoking pretty much everywhere apart from my own home. Which is not how smoking usually works. You kind of want to have a smoke on the go too sometimes. It's a bit of an infringement.
In a lot of technical ways, that's how the United States is. You can't smoke in buildings or restaurants. There are exceptions. It's a case-by-case exception basis. You can't legally. It's illegal to smoke in a car with children in it. And even if it's your children in your car, because now you're negatively affecting their health and setting them up for addiction. Strategy says, well, democracy is something that is led more by chaos in a mathematical sense. You can't just predict it, but you can look where it goes and say that I went there. Right.
Oh, to some degree, that's true. I mean, there's some basics to it that I try to adhere to, but that too is just very fluent nowadays. Not really sure if that's a good thing, though. Change of battle. I don't think I need Navy people.
Yes, society has at times made the incorrect call on what it deemed moral and immoral. But it's always corrected itself in time.
Well, if you give it time and let it run its course,
if you want me to give you an answer or a hypothetical that involves us getting it right the first time, it's not going to happen.
Trial and error is the way I should go.
There are too many human beings for it to ever be gotten right on the first try.
Pretty much.
So, by that, now that we've established that as a concrete, verifiable fact, yeah, I still don't see how we need some. Nobody decides what is and isn't moral. Everyone decides collectively.
Until we have a tyranny of the masses, which is also a name for democracy. Just a fair point. Trying to please the largest amount of people.
Morals always change, so that's what I was saying. We'll never get it right the first try. And on top of that, you're right. There is such a thing as the tyranny of the masses, although I feel it's a bit... I feel like the statement itself is a little bit overused, but that's just me.
It's just another way of saying democracy, because that is what it comes down to. You're trying to please the largest amount of people and make their life comfortable. Not really a bad thing, if you ask me.
Right, and when it comes to the tyranny of the masses. First of all, I hate that statement just simply because word association. Tyranny is not nothing with the word tyranny in it. It will be associated with anything good.
Well, yes, it was originally used as a counterpoint.
When you say the tyranny of the masses, the unspoken implication is that the minorities are always going to get shat on.
Not necessarily shat on, but they will actually not have as much power as the majority. If everybody agrees, or while most people agree on a certain concept, the ones that do not agree will not get their will. That's just how it is.
And now but in order to continue that train of thought, that requires getting into the conversation of what is the masses? What are we classifying? Are you talking about the tyranny of the masses being the majority in favor of one particular political party?
Not necessarily that, but just in general.
The tyranny of the masses, are you talking and how it negatively affects minorities minority groups? Because they don't get an equal representation.
Not really, that's just how any system that we can or have thought of in the past has its weaknesses. Usually you want to have the most people having the most potential influence on any decisions that are made that will directly impact them. So yeah, democracy is the best we have for that, obviously. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have its own set of drawbacks. Of course, if you are in a minority group that has a specific morality, for example, that you want to have feared, well, you will not have much of a chance for that. But that doesn't mean that you will suppress necessarily.
This is right, because this is where government protections can come into play.
Yes, we do tend to give everyone the same rights to a certain degree. And then there's some
longest time, the tyranny of the masses segregated people of color from white people in my country. It was not the tyranny of the masses that undid that, or that put the protections in place. It was the will of the good. It was the voices of the oppressed and the people unwilling to stand idly by.
Yeah, that means some people have feared there's a problem here, there's an injustice, and they have chosen to align themselves.
I will say this, full disclosure, it was all those things I just said with a little bit of assistance from an assassin's bullet.
Well,
because the Civil Rights Act of 1965 was never going to fail after JFK was assassinated. He had spent most of his presidency trying to push it through, and they wanted it pushed through in honor of one of the most popular presidents in American history.
JFK, ich bin ein Berliner.
So it was everything I've mentioned and a little bit of help from Lee Harvey Oswald and whoever was on the grassy knoll, because I'm that conspiracy theorist. I do believe there were two shooters.
I don't know. Changed very little in the end result.
I don't subscribe to conspiracy theories a lot. I find most conspiracy theories can be disproven with just the simple question.
Also, I'm just breaking my own views on democracy because I'm assassinating someone. Oops. Swiss, you will not be pleased to know that, but your government has decided to assassinate someone.
Well, that's the other thing. What are we, is assassination inherently immoral?
The taking of a life, yes, especially if you do it for fucking political gains. Yeah, pretty damn immoral.
Assassination isn't inherently for political gains.
Not inherently, but if you do it specifically to, get your political views approved, then yes, it is pretty fucking immoral.
100% immoral, sure.
Precisely what I'm doing now. I'm Swiss. I'm doing an assassination on someone.
So are we just blanketing taking the life is immoral?
In most circumstances, and very
JFK was a bit too pumped up after he made the Cuban Missile Crisis worse by literally doing 3 acts of war instead of getting rid of Turkey nukes in the first place.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
A little bit more complicated. Yeah, the Cuban Missile Crisis is a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, that is a whole other basket that you need to carefully examine.
Yeah, we can get into that can of worms on its own conversation.
Yeah, because that's gonna take a while.
That's its own conversation.
Yeah, we need to plan a few hours for that one, honestly.
That's its own stream.
Yeah, that's basically, we could probably do a whole stream just going like, let's start here.
So wait, if taking a life is inherently immoral, is there exceptions?
Yes, of course.
Well, then it's not inherently immoral, is it?
It is what should be considered inherently immoral, and it should only be made an exception in very rare cases for very specific reasons that should not be applied to general morality. Otherwise, you end up with, vigilance
The
and
only way
stuff.
you could, the only way we could classify the take that, and again, I'm choosing my words very carefully. This is why you'll notice why I'm not using the word murder, just the simple, generic taking of a life, because lots of scenarios can involve the taking of a life.
Yeah.
That, in my opinion, are not immoral. To say taking of a life is inherently immoral would involve removing any event that might be a justified reason to take a life, such as to save another life.
In that case, it also depends. Do you really want to wait one life against another?
Absolutely.
Because that's a very difficult choice to make. Not necessarily a good choice.
Sometimes.
Before so. Sometimes you have to, maybe, yes.
Sometimes it's a difficult choice to make, sometimes it's not.
But we have to scrutinize each and every of these cases and make absolutely sure
No.
that there was no other choice.
An example being, if I was involved in the final assassination attempt on Hitler, and if we change the circumstances a little bit around, and for some fucking reason there was a child in the bunker that I put the bomb in to bomb Hitler and kill him. Yes, that child dying, worth killing Hitler. Worth it to get Hitler. Now, does that make the child dying not regrettable? Absolutely not. It's 100% regrettable.
It's a very extreme example you're going for, to be fair.
That is, okay. Alright.
And so, there are, of course, always going to be exceptions to any rule. It's how it goes. Yeah, there might be some circumstances where we can go for that.
So here's the thing when it comes to weighing the scales of one life against another, the context of who's weighing and why is very important.
The fact that we're actually weighting one life against another is already very much something we should never have to do.
Something you shouldn't have to do. This is true.
Indeed.
Something we shouldn't have to do, but it is something we do occasionally find ourselves having. And it's not always cut and dry in the aspect of instant death.
That's really not a very cut and dry topic in general speaking.
When it comes to weighing the lives of some against the others, warfare is an incredibly good example. Give me all of it. Take all the states. Ethiopia, you're mine.
That was not really a big war. In fact, it took one state. Yay!
When it comes to that kind of stuff, my big question, if you want to go to war with another nation, you're weighing some lives against others at that point, because civilians are going to get hurt.
Well, yes.
They're going to die.
By your people and by their own people, sadly enough.
So now that is you weighing lives.
Yes, and you're doing it quite literally for political goals. It's not really something I find in any way, shape, or form acceptable.
That was 100% the factual case in America's last war. The global war on terror, 100% a war for political gains, and that is something that we decided that was worth the lives of a lot of civilians.
Every war is trying to get your political views through by means of violence, which is, good.
1940 France might disagree.
Well, I mean,
1939 Poland might also disagree.
Yeah, and 1910s Germany would also disagree with many things, but still, that doesn't really hurt the case, does it? You'll use violence to enforce your views, okay, that's a problem.
The reason why I'm bringing up these events from so long ago is simply just for the record. It isn't just to be like, I'm not trying to gotcha moment or nothing. I'm bringing them up because we would be foolish not to acknowledge something similar couldn't happen again.
Well, of course it could. I mean, as I said, if you go back even further to the First World War, Germany also wasn't really happy with what happened, especially not what happened after the war, because other people's policies were quite literally pressed onto us without any choice in the matter. But hey, it happened. I don't think... Fucking Turkey. I don't think that's ever going to change, sadly enough. I mean, we're not perfect beings, so, mistakes will be made. And we haven't yet found a way to actually get along peacefully, as much as I would like that. I mean, we can do it in, small groups usually, but large groups that set up themselves, make their own laws, make their own rules, will at some point probably clash with another group, and that usually ends badly.
Well, a lot of the issues can be that just some of them are understandable, some of them aren't. You'll find that I feel like the overwhelming majority of clashes between human beings, when I say the overwhelming majority, I mean that in the context of time of humans being a society, not just like recently or anything, but I feel like the overwhelming majority of the clashes between humans in all of history are attributed to cultural clashes. Like, I think that's the number one. I feel like that'd be the number one cause, right? Because their culture maybe does something that your culture finds either insulting or immoral.
Yeah.
In which case, I feel like it depends on what the thing is, you know. Like if I'm Muslim and you're not, and I have a problem with the fact that you eat pork, that's not a reason to fucking try to kill somebody over.
You would assume so. You would assume that most rational people would be like, yep, that is not a reason to kill somebody. But it has happened. Religion can be very much dividing when it comes to that.
But if like your culture is one of, just to pull one, because I mean these kind of cultures haven't existed necessarily for centuries. So if you're a culture like the Mayans doing human sacrifices, which the amount of human sacrifices they did is grossly overstated. By the way, just for the record.
Just the case that they do it, though, is already a bit of a problem for us.
Well, okay, I can't help myself on this. The only reason they ever did some of those, like, first of all, human sacrifices were few and far between for the Mayans. The Aztecs are actually more prominent to do in it. Second of all, you gotta give them a little bit of fucking slack, because when all you understand of the world is that you die without enough rain or with too much sun, and then one day you did something that is different from the normal that you normally do, and then there's a solar eclipse.
But the same has happened for everyone, though, at some point.
Yeah.
Most cultures.
Yeah, that's literally how religion is worded. Religion is, it can be boiled down to humanity wishing to explain that which it does not understand.
Well, yes.
Plus, it was considered a rare honor and only for those who suffered.
And still not many cultures came up with the idea of making that into a fucking great ceremony of ritually killing people. I mean, you know,
actually, I feel like every culture at some point did do that, until they evolved into the modern. Because, like, while the English never necessarily, as the British definitely never did that, the people that became the English did. You know, America never did that.
America is a very young nation. It came in a very much understanding time to be. Would have to go to the times of the Romans and stuff to see if they would go that way, even before that. Well,
the Christian witch hunts. That's what I'll file under same but different.
Yeah.
They weren't.
It serves a very different purpose, to put it mildly.
Yeah, they weren't hunting witches and executing them to please God and lift some misery off of themselves or their lands.
I know, they did it to preserve the purity of their little church.
Yes and no. First off, during the witch hunts, they didn't view it as God was punishing them, the miseries that might befall them. Instead, they viewed the miseries that may have befallen them as direct actions of the witch.
Yes. The evil sorcerer did it.
You didn't murder the witch to please God. You murdered the witch because she was, her very existence is an affront to God.
The witch has cursed my husband to sleep with her, so by that logic, we need to kill her now so that she can't, seduce other men. Or, her herbs have poisoned my cow and now it doesn't give milk anymore. That is why we need to kill her, because otherwise she's going to do it again. She's the source of misery.
Witch hunts, all that to say, the Christian witch hunt should not be filed under the same category as historical human sacrifices.
The fact that we that late in human history still were able to do stuff like that is somewhat worrying, but you know, alas. Huh.
Like, I wouldn't necessarily even call. Yeah, like I wouldn't even necessarily classify them as. Yeah, they wouldn't even. I wouldn't even classify them as sacrifices. They were just executions.
Yep. Basically, there are people that are unbeloved, and to keep the populace peaceful, having a sacrifice to the greater good now and then does work pretty well. It's kind of saddening, but yes. Makes sure the system works. Because any system that has ever been brought to a certain height by humanity has made its own existence its reason d'etre, basically. So it wants to exist, and it will make sure that it will exist, even if it has to go very much away from everything it preaches to you in order to do so.
So just kind of, I feel also like, you know, to kind of take it back, like weighing one life against another.
Life and peace.
We did that. We did that all the time. Now that when you think about it, right? Okay, let me ask you: by a modern standard, if you had to put a value on one life over another? What would you, what do you think you would end up putting the more value on? A child's life or an adult's life?
It really depends on the circumstances, wouldn't it? I mean, for one thing, if it's my child, then it's not even a question. I'm going to prioritize that life over anything else. That's an obvious choice. There's not even a debate there.
No, there used to be. In fact, for the majority of human history, the adult's life was valued more.
It might be so, but you know, we're talking about modernity.
But
you said,
I would argue, just to throw the point of view out there, I would argue that some of those older reasonings still stand up today.
Would you really abandon your own family for someone else, your own child? I couldn't do it.
No,
put a gun in my hand and say you can either shoot one or the other. I will always shoot the other. There's not even a question there. I will shoot so fast you can't even say but.
Well, and come on, I mean, like, you know, historically speaking, we valued the adult's life over the children because the adult had more to contribute and could make more children.
Yes, he can actually work. He can do stuff for society. The child not. The child is just a drag on society, and we can produce more of them, so fuck them.
And if we're in... No,
I can go for Italian friendship. Like it's neat. I will go for
what you said was most true in that, you know, when it comes to those discussions, the big thing that also needs to be considered is the context, because when weighing one life against another, there's a lot that needs. I feel like it shouldn't be any, and there's going even without including the how shitty human beings are to just each other angle. Through nature, you will be forced to weigh a life against another.
Yes.
It's not. It might, maybe, or maybe not. It's one of those where you might have to.
I mean, we do have kind of changed now. I mean, in the past, you really had to make those choices, but nowadays we live in a comfort that is unimaginable. Rarely will you find a situation where, for example, you would have to choose one of your buddies to sacrifice himself so the others can run away from an animal that is hunting you because he went into its territory. So most of the sources...
You just kind of hope. At that point, you just hope somebody volunteers.
Yes. Welcome to the nice world of group pressure, where the weakest member, the one that knows he's the fucking weakest in a group, will be morally obliged to fucking volunteer for that job because he damn well should know that he's less useful.
Should he though?
Yes, he should. Absolutely.
Now you said. Now you specifically just said. Oh, you made a generalized statement stating as just blanket of a wild animal.
We're talking about very antique times here.
But let's say let's get a little bit more specific. A bear would the bigger, the physically larger person would have the better chance of surviving.
We are assuming that the animal is dangerous enough that you will probably lose some people. We're talking about a small hunting group going out, getting into the worst possible territory of a predator that can actually, you know, eat us. Tiger or something. If you want to get away, then, you know, the logical choice would be to sacrifice the weakest member of the group so the others can get away, because the others have more value for your little hunter society. They will probably be better. And they will learn from this experience too, to avoid that particular territory.
You know what they're going to learn? They're going to learn that bear killed that dude and then continued to run after all the screaming, scared, chasing people.
I mean, yeah.
That's what you're gonna fucking learn.
Mm-hmm. Well, you will listen if you don't know before.
This is very true. This is very true. It took a long time for people to figure out how to scare off bears accurately.
Yeah, and that's true for other animals too. It took us a long time to understand, okay, hiding on a tree is nice, but if I actually...
Evolutionary speaking, the weakest will be the most likely prey too. You see, when you guys are saying the weakest, you're only speaking from a physical standpoint.
Because that was the one measure we had back then for hunters.
But it was, for hunters, but it wasn't the one standard that we had back for survival.
It was one of the more prudent ones. If you're physically fit, Harold, you will have a better chance.
Before you try to corner old Chronos, I'd also like to point out, gatherers were eaten by bears too.
Yes, but we tried to avoid that, actually. For good reasons.
Yeah, well, try is the key word. So...
We developed specifically... If the most interesting thing is, if you look at human
disease, because that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about the sacrifice of one life so the others can escape.
Yes, to heighten their chance of survival.
I just feel like that's not factoring in the possibility of cleverness.
Yes, because we're assuming very primitive standards here, and people having no strategies yet to deal with such animals. If they had strategies, they would, you know, combine their little spears, throw them all, and run away while doing so. That works. We are quite literally...
If it was a party of hunters that came across a bear, that actually is more likely what
we are built nowadays. You can actually see that in our wonderful Körpers that we have now. Our bodies are quite literally built to yeet things ever faster and ever better. That's kind of what we developed to. Because that works. You just take a nice little... You take a nice little thing.
I would rather take on a bear with a spear than a gun, depending on the gun.
Actually, I would take that even further. Guns are just an extension of that idea, because now we can yeet small things very, very far. We have become masters of yeeting things fast and far.
Oh, look at Caught an arrow. You fucking casual. As you fire your smooth bore round ball matchlock.
I just thought about it for a bit and I think like, yeah.
And it kills the guy behind you.
I mean, you know, if I can throw a spear very far, but that is limited, of course, then I take a bow and I can now shoot farther. That is very much pleasing to me. So, you know, the next logical step is I take a gun, which uses little explosions to propel things even further. So now I've reached premium estate, basically, of yeeting things to stop them. I'm using Ford.
Actually, it doesn't use an explosion, it uses pressure.
That was an oversimplified example, you do know what I mean. I'm just amused, sorry.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, I'm gonna get his ass.
I'm sorry, my brain stopped working there. I was just abused by the idea of having a caveman going like, yes, this is nice. My brain had a funny moment.
You actually would have a better chance against a bear with if you were equipped with a spear than you would with like a 9mm handgun.
Well, if you're physically fit, that is. Yeah, probably that is. We take average over white.
I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't matter how fit you are, that 9mm ain't gonna do anything but piss off the bear.
Well, yes, but you're gonna feel better about it than having a spear and having to get a bit closer to that thing because, shit, that thing's huge.
You might fucking feel better about it, I won't.
You know, I wouldn't either. I mean,
I
would be running away.
That's the horror. That's my like big horror vibe for me. Like I can't stand games like Outlast because it completely eliminates any ability to even try to fight back. And I get it. I get the point. The point is that it's useless to fight back. But that's not human fucking nature, and nor is that scary. Right? It doesn't matter if you... I know for a fact that if I punch a grizzly bear in the face, it's not going to do any fucking good.
Yeah, you will not have...
But if I get attacked by a grizzly bear, I'm probably still going to punch it in the face.
Yeah, just out of sheer panic, you will punch it in the face. It will not do much, and it will actually piss off the animal.
Let me ask you what is more terrifying, alright? Just running away from a fucking grizzly bear that's chasing you, or emptying 15 rounds of 9mm ammunition into that bear to see it do nothing but get angry.
Yeah.
Which is scarier?
That is fucking scary, indeed. Doesn't you take a chance?
Henceforth, when it comes to video games, like that should be the go-to. Don't eliminate my ability to try to fight back. Just eliminate the fighting back's ability to do any good.
Yeah, you will end up doing nothing, and will probably die for that. Which is
that
just
makes
what
you
should
feel. I feel like you'll feel because like the whole point of, and now we've swapped topics again, but that's what we do.
Yep, that's kind of what we are.
But like the whole point of a game like Outlast was like, oh, you can't fight back, so you feel fucking powerless. No, I don't. I feel annoyed. I feel annoyed because I'm controlling a grown ass adult who's too stupid to poke this dude in the eye.
Yep. I mean, even if you do not do any damage, at least have the option to do it.
Like you didn't make me fucking powerless. You made me helpless, which is a whole different thing. And when it runs the entirety of the length of the game, it's not fun for me. For me, I'm not saying Outlast is a bad game. I know a lot of people that really enjoy it. And it does do a really good job of like I love its atmosphere, that creepy atmosphere, and only being able to use your camera to see stuff in the dark. Like that's all really cool.
Yeah,
it's just not cool a game that I've particularly enjoyed.
Yeah, no, I've only watched somebody play it for a bit and I was like, yes, okay, but I can absolutely see where you're coming from. That really is not something I would be amused by for long. I'd be like, oh, look, my guy is stupid. That would be fun the first few times, and I would be like,
Strategy also had pointed out that a compound bow has more kinetic energy than a small handgun. Kind of, yes, in its own way, but that good old physics.
That's a whole nother can of worms to look at.
That's what I said. It's a kind of.
Yeah.
Because it's not that it has more. It's about it's got less impeding on its delivery of the damage.
I mean, there's a reason why we, apart from practical reasons, why we abandoned the bows in favor of the crossbows. And then there's a good reason why we abandoned crossbow and bow altogether for, well, guns. The sheer impact a gun has is...
We tried to abandon crossbows long before we had guns, funny enough.
Well, yes, we tried to get rid of them.
Because it turns out that giving peasants incredibly easy ways to kill heavily armored knights wasn't very popular.
I mean, it does make sense. It was a natural conclusion that if you improve armor, you would need an easy-to-use weapon to get through that you can mass-produce and put into the hands of untrained people very easily.
And the biggest, it would take about, I think I read somewhere that somebody estimated it took about 2 days. Give a peasant a crossbow that he's never held before, and 2 days, and he's probably got a good chance of hitting an average target at an average range.
Which is fair.
That you give him a bow that he's never held before in 2 days, and he'll probably be just as shitty as he was 2 days ago.
Pretty much, yeah. It takes a bit more skill to use a bow would. The crossbow, however, is very easy to understand. And I mean, by that logic, following it through a gun also is not really a difficult thing to use. Far from it, even old guns.
They're definitely not hard to use now. I would definitely disagree with guns being easy to use back then.
Oh, you can train people relatively easy for that, at least for the basics. They're not going to be efficient, and honestly, they don't need to, because your gun's not going to shoot anything.
As someone who goes to an archery range, I can't confirm, right? And I guess it should also ask, just whenever you say easy to use, do you just mean, like, I've never held or used or know anything about this primitive gun that is a matchlock or flintlock rifle, and I have just been given one and now I have to figure out how to use it? Or are you talking about ease in which they can be trained to use it to a acceptable level?
Yes, the ease in which they can be trained to it. I mean, think of the pike and shot area. It's not like you just get a gun and then like, okay, now figure this thing out, please. You were specifically trained for tactics in that, and it's pretty easy to get people to a okay-ish level for what you want to achieve, because flintlock guns, you're not really meant to make precision shooting here. You're quite literally just meant to make the smoke and the noise with it. Works, that's all you need.
If you were to hand me a muzzleloader and like my life or my family's life depended on my ability to fucking load and fire this thing, not in any kind of quick time, just get it loaded and to fire it, I would be terrified, because I'd probably die.
Yeah. It's not really necessarily
Because
something you can just figure out immediately. It would take you some time. You would probably get it. It's not in any reasonable amount of time.
Would you?
Which is why we standardized
Because
a lot after trying.
If you have to figure it out yourself, and we're talking about a gun and we're talking about doing this in a time before any form of prepackaged ammunition. Because remember, like, once we got into the flintlock area, armies like the British started issuing paper cartridges that contained everything that needed to go down the barrel in the correct quantity.
Yep.
But before you have that automatic, this is the correct quantity, if you've got to figure out that correct quantity of gunpowder yourself.
I mean, basically after a while it's just... I guess you can go off your feeling, because if you have tried enough, if you misuse it though, it's... that could end up somewhat horrible for you.
Yeah, but if you're trying to figure out how to properly load a flintlock, you fuck up the wrong way one time. You add a little too much powder one time in your process of trying to zero in how much you need. You don't have a gun or hands.
Quite often, yes. Has happened quite often even. Which is why we immediately started the idea of, let's standardize that a bit.
And I would argue that, and if you went the opposite direction of just like, well, I could just walk it in by obviously putting in too little powder and then going from there, you're still gonna get a giant fucking smoke cloud. You're not even gonna be able to see anything. So if like you happen to get enough powder in there that the round might come out of the barrel, even if you didn't put enough to actually technically fire the round with any lethal force, well, now you're gonna think you got it right, because now there's not a ball stuck in the fucking guns. So surely I got it right.
And that is why we have standardized that very quickly and got to the point where we're like, okay, yes, maybe putting an exact amount ready to use into my soldier's hand is a good idea, because then he don't have to think about it. He doesn't have to make some guesswork.
Well, honestly, it also wasn't necessarily... It was more done out of just a desire to get them firing faster than it was a safety thing. Because remember, then... you were safe.
And that's basically a combination of things. We want them to have at least a decent level so that things work as you intend them to, otherwise they're not going to be useful. But yes, losing people or their ability to fight by losing a fucking hand through explosions is not really a sensible choice, let's just say.
Right.
Magdeburg, Brandenburg, Berlin. The capital city that was almost replaced by another one. The Nazis had gotten their will.
You know what I'd be interested in knowing if they tried?
Which one? What one?
Alright, so common knowledge that, like, even once we got into the flintlock era, and, like, even if you want to go more modern than that, and say once we got into the Napoleonic Wars, which I would argue that is the true start of modern warfare development.
Well, yeah, because the introduction of fucking artillery kind of defined that very much.
Yeah, along with fast-moving combined arms assaults. There was a lot of very modern things that Napoleon... That's what made him arguably one of the greatest generals in human history.
Yeah, also the fact that he fucking understood that, having more cannons, actually making use of my cannons, is fucking amazing.
The one thing we always understood was that, like, even no matter what, if it rains, a lot of misfires, right?
Well, yeah.
That's where the saying "keep your powder dry" comes from, obviously.
Because, well, dry powder doesn't...
Wet powder don't fire.
Yep.
Wet powder doesn't fire.
Beijing.
So, but by this time, by the Napoleonic Wars, we had mortars and howitzers.
Well, yeah.
Right. Like that is like that was the rhetorical question. We did have mortars and howitzers.
Well, yeah, basic bitch ones, but yeah.
But the Napoleonic Wars, actually, mortars especially were starting to become, for their time, very advanced. They had different kinds of ammunition. It wasn't just solid shot anymore.
Yes, we were really experimenting and going in the right direction, I would say.
Some really cool levels of experimentation. Now, what I'd be interested in knowing is, I wonder if they ever experimented with like a water round, an aquatic mortar or howitzer round designed to just drench the enemy, just make them wet.
Wouldn't the sheer heat of speeding up your ammunition just boil the water and make it go poof? I mean,
Some of it.
they probably would have experimented with stuff like this, and then
It would need to be. It would have to be, in order to figure out this problem, which I can put us on the right path. In order to figure out this problem, you would need first to address the material of the shot, because obviously you can't just fire water out of something at this time. So what you would have to come up with is what they had already come up with for all their other varieties of ammunition, and come up with a delivery system. So it would have to be probably a hollow ball shot that would fill with water, and then you would need either a way of it opening above the enemy, or you would just have to rely on splash damage, where when it impacted the ground, it was strong. It would have to be a material strong enough to withstand being fired out, but not so strong that once it hit the ground, it wouldn't explode. It wouldn't disperse water. And in fact, you'd probably want it to hit the ground and for the dispersal method, since the majority of people's ammunition pouches are on their hip, and since this is still a time of paper cartridges, mission accomplished. So let's address the first issue. How do we design the delivery system?
Difficult. That's difficult.
If you could, which I think we can. I think we can do this.
With their
using
level of technology.
Using their level of technology, I think we can do this. But this is an interesting thought experiment in the ingenuity of us and how much smarter we are than our ancestors. On game, let's do this. So let's talk materials of the shot. Is wood viable?
What would you say?
I throw out wood first, because that's a material we know that we can easily make burst on impact.
Yes.
At least more easier than we could a cast iron fucking ball.
That much is true. But then again, would it be resistant enough? I mean, we did experiment with wooden cannons. That much is true. But have we experimented with wooden cannonballs, for example? Maybe. But if we have abandoned it rather quickly, because it doesn't really seem like a concept that would work well. It doesn't have nearly as much weight. On one hand. On the other hand, would it be able to withstand the actual force applied to it in order to make it move forward? Especially without, losing its somewhat needed form, in order to have a somewhat predictable line of fire. I think we could probably ignore wood, but I don't think it would work well as a material here.
Alright, and then there's also the consideration of the, like you said, the heat. Hold on. Strategy says a quick Google search shows it would not work because cast iron doesn't do well with water. Well, not in long terms. It absolutely doesn't do well with water.
Yeah. One of the problems.
No shit. But that's not the point. It doesn't have to do well in the long term. It doesn't. It has to do well long enough to be fired. Because you could also, if the longevity of cast iron and mixture of water is the problem, well then that's simple. You've already made the hollow cast iron cannonball, mortar shot, howitzer shell, whichever system we want to use. We'll we'll eliminate cannons and say mortars and howitzers, because that would be honestly the better delivery system.
For this one, yes, because direct fire would probably not work well here.
Yeah, and it would even even if you could get it to work with direct fire, you would be hitting the front line only, and so it's just not, that just wouldn't be worth it. So cast iron doesn't do well with water. Cool. So we make the hollow cast iron ball, and then just fill it before we're ready to fire it, like when we're ready to fire it. I know there's the logistics of, well, now you got to have the water and blah 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 blah. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the logistics. We're talking about the possibility whether or not we can.
I can get close ties to you. I will go for close ties with you. I just saw it.
I have an option stuff with it.
I can become friends with you in Germany because I can do a flexible foreign policy, basically. Is what my focus, of course, and then I become friends with you.
I can send someone to improve relationships and then offer you military access. I was going to ask for it too, but I gotta go lemon. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, look at your national purposes. As Swiss, I have options to. I've now made ties with Germany, with Italy, and with the Frances, and now I can actually apply even more ally
I've just been
status.
sitting here just like building stuff and literally nothing. This has actually been a little. Italy's been a little bit more uneventful than I thought. Which I know that will change when the war kicks off.
Whenever that is. I mean, for the moment, Spain is busy being Spain.
So let's say we fill it there. How do we prevent it from spilling all over on your own troops on the way there with a hole? You plug the hole. That's simple enough.
An anarchist uprising. Nobody was surprised.
I mean, we'll start with the obvious way of plugging it, and that's a cork. If it's a cork made of traditional cork, I guess the question then becomes is, will it stand up to the pressure? Because the heat isn't what I'm worried about. To answer your earlier concern, by the way, no, the water in the ball wouldn't, NCS, it wouldn't all boil out.
No, the problem I see is, the water inside your ball, it gets hot, so that means it will start to become steam. Steam has a lot more volume than water, so your cannonball will explode.
Because of with the volume of the water, it wouldn't evaporate that fast. I mean, you got to consider that World War I machine guns got hotter than most of those howitzers would, and they were water cooled, and they did not burn through it as quick as you might expect.
It is true, but that still brings a lot of developments in the area of actually, the powder that you use, its composition. Quite different from Napoleon's era, where we still had very basic bit powder. That was a lot of heat.
Yeah, in terms of technology, then the only real issues that we had to solve then, in terms of that, because the gun got hotter than any.
But damn it, Hitler's dead.
Any Napoleonic equivalent. What we had to do is come up with a way and improve our technology to keep the metal from just cracking from the heat, which we've still not perfected. Today, like when I was in the infantry, that was one of the first things that we had to be trained on was like, no, you need to know when to change your machine gun barrel because that motherfucker can only handle so much.
Britain and France have masterminding Hitler's assassination. Oh god. Hitler's dead.
I didn't get any news of Hitler's assassination.
Well, Hitler's dead and Goering is now in command of Germany.
Why didn't I get a fucking...
And apparently the British and the Frenchies are getting blamed for it by Goering, and he's like, I'm standing behind the policies we have already enjoyed. The King of Italy joined the German Reich. I've joined the German Reich.
Wait, have you not already?
I can't. I'm quite literally bound to my neutrality. I need to first get rid of my neutrality.
I saw I could and was like, yay!
That's my problem. I can't actually join them. Not yet, at least.
Wait,
I'm trying to improve my relationship, though.
Being alive. I don't know. I don't even know how Incius got the news that he was assassinated. I didn't get a pop-up.
If you look at Germany, you will see that there's no Hitler.
Oh, I see. I saw that. No, I see that it's Goering. But like, how does that lead you to belief of it being assassination?
Because I got a pop-up like Hitler assassinated, and then the second one like Goering takes over.
Why didn't I get a fucking pop-up?
You're not worthy. You're not worthy. He just told me that he's blaming the British and the French.
I'm just not worthy. I'm worthy enough to be in the Axis, just not worthy enough to like be told who's in charge of the Axis.
Basically, yeah. Someone must have had a fucking focus for that. In road. I don't remember who actually, but might be the British.
Speed and pressure. The speed, I don't think is the issue strategy when it comes to firing that ball. I think that would be the pressure, which, without being able to, without being able to pull up an Napoleonic era howitzer or mortar and run test firings, I don't know if we could potentially know if we would even need to make adjustments due to the pressure. So hypothetically, we've got our material for our shot. We're going to use cast iron ball because we've agreed that wood probably won't be good enough.
Yeah, no, wood would probably fail us. I mean, I'm pretty sure people experimented with that at some point, and then they have decided that, yeah, no, wood is not going to cut it in any way, shape, or form.
I do believe, I think I briefly somewhat remember reading something like that. If I recall, it was, I think they were calling it splinter shot. And the purpose of it being exactly what it sounds like when you know that they're firing wood.
I can kind of imagine what they were going for there, yeah.
It was like a cheaper canister. Didn't work real well.
I'd imagine so.
You know, armor. That's a hell of a splinter, though.
Let me see.
So how do we... the real question that we need to ask ourselves is, with our material being made out of cast iron, will the cast iron shatter upon impact? Because that is what we need. Without that, all of the other issues are a moot point. Then you're just firing a water-filled howitzer shell.
Yeah, you add an unnecessary amount of weight to your spell thing. It's not really good.
Without the literal splash effect. It's useless. Now, not damage, because this isn't probably like with the exception of whatever unlucky bastard it lands on. Because you know it's gonna land on. You know it's gonna hit somebody in the fucking head.
Round shot.
Well, then it'll need to be thinner, and that would increase the risk of misfire. Would it need to be thinner, though? Because cast iron's very brittle.
It is. Kinda... Cast iron. It's one of
you think that there would...
made of cast iron rather than steel.
I do think that a part of its effectiveness, with the ball being made out of cast iron, I think that part of its effectiveness is going to be determined by the terrain the enemy is standing on. If it's soft ground, it'll just impact and probably do nothing. Because cast iron's very brittle. Like you can drop a cast iron skillet and fuck it up, can't you?
Well, Germany, you just fucked yourself up royally, didn't you?
Yep. So thinner would increase the chance of it blowing into pieces instead of just breaking into pieces. Okay, well then why would we need to make it thinner? That's the question. Would it be brittle enough that? Because chances are, and while I don't quote me on this, but I think we can.
Jesus Christ,
somewhat safely assume that by the time this shell is hit the ground, it is traveling at terminal velocity.
Yes, if we do it right, it should be. Because we would lose a lot of its place.
I don't know if it is. Why would... Hold on, strategy. I'm confused. Why do you say that it would need... He says if it's two pieces, it might not splash. It'll need to break evenly. Why? Because wouldn't the impact against the ground be enough to throw the water into the air?
Question is also, if we release all of that kinetic energy by the impact, will that actually work with our water? Will our water just evaporate immediately from that?
I don't think it would just evaporate immediately, but let's say that maybe we do start running into that issue. I think it would be solved by using salt water instead of fresh water. And let's also remember, actually, let's evolve this idea a little further, because it doesn't have to be specifically H2O. The goal here is to design a shot to wet the powder of the enemy, causing more misfires, if not eliminating their ability to fire. So, salt water has a much higher boiling point than fresh water, for starters. And yes, strategy, that is kind of what we want, is like... We have to surrender the idea of a lot of degree of control. Because we are putting ourselves in the Napoleonic era, using their technology. You're not getting a good deal of control. So, but if every time you fired one of these, and if it worked, if you could wet If you could soak, 3-4 soldiers with every shot, and you've got 2 or 3 of these guns firing, and that's 3 or 4 soldiers per shot, you're going to do a lot of damage. And not to mention, this is just going to wreak havoc in battle tactics, because even Napoleon's modern army at the time was still using firing by file, firing by rank, and similar tactics. It was still the era of make ready, take aim, fire, and the first rank fires. And you will create chaos if now randomly a chunk of that fucking first rank might not even fire. Thus completely destroying the effectiveness of volley fire. And as I say that should have been the advertent primary goal, but it took my brain a while to make the connection.
Okay, so just kinetic energy is not enough to actually boil the water. That's good to know. Had to read it up actually. Been a while.
I didn't think it'd be enough to. I didn't think it'd be enough to boil the water.
Well, it is true that a certain amount of kinetic energy gets is involved in the whole process when you start boiling something. Just pure kinetic energy, by, for example, you can't spin a pot of water hard enough and long enough to actually make it boil. So,
you can also slap a chicken so hard it can cook.
Yeah, technically speaking, no.
Technically speaking, now like
the point is this: yes, kinetic energy is
but...
kinetic energy is very important here. But the point is, just pure kinetic energy, like it would be released when your cannonball hits the ground, is not actually enough to bring your water to the boiling point. Which means that we at least don't have to think about the horrible consequences of finally getting that thing to shoot properly in the ground, explode, open, and then just bep.
It was never the kinetic energy that worried me as an issue.
Yeah, but you have to consider it.
Pressure generated by the shot and reliability of detonation upon landing, I feel like are the two biggest.
Yeah, but now we can basically hit the ball on the ground as hard as we want to actually make it open up and release its load without actually having to focus think about the idea of, well, it's just going to be empty now, because it will immediately evaporate. This dead thought we can now lay to rest.
I would also like to, after giving it a little bit of thought, like to address well, surely they tried something like this before. I wouldn't be so sure. We're designing a weapon that is non-lethal, but that its primary purpose is simply to
pause. Yeah.
Oh, wait, are you?
We've joined the Axis.
Got a German rank.
I've joined the Axis. I'm now in the Axis.
But we should acknowledge the fact that the majority of advancements in weaponry and technology and warfare at the time, none of them were really on a logistical scale. None of them were on a support scale, really. It was all on a lethal scale.
And I still can send him help. Or can I?
Because, no. That's why howitzers and mortars were invented, because they could shoot over stuff.
Yeah. Going away from the idea of direct fire and instead actually firing
over the wall you're hiding behind.
Yeah. It also does, it's basically the same with what we did for ship cannons. Going away from the idea of directly firing at the other ship and instead using very, 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 very high range shots from a distance.
But what I mean is, like, I would argue, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't try to make something like this, because the R&D departments of the world at the time were focused on more efficient means of killing each other.
Yes, they were.
And to stop themselves from being killed, and somehow logistics never really... they did and they didn't come into the train of thought. Like, weather was considered in military operations, both to an advantage and disadvantage.
The Oriental Republic.
This would make a weather advantage one-sided, because if you wanted to take advantage of a storm, well, now you're still at a disadvantage, because now you're wet and your powder might be getting wet too, and you've got to do extra bullshit that is going to hinder your effort to make it to where that rain isn't hindering your effort.
And I mean, if they probably did a lot of experimentation to get where they are. I'm pretty sure they abandoned a lot of concepts along the way, to be fair.
Oh yeah, I mean, hell, in the Napoleonic era, there was incendiary rounds.
See, stuff like that. I mean, we can see where we ended up with. There was probably a lot of innovation abandoned along the way. Good reasons.
Join the Axis, and I'm still not at war. Germany, let me join your war.
But Germany,
you won't let me join your war.
Yeah, Germany only has a little civil war going on, and it's actually doing rather well, as the Reich does.
I mean, well, of course it's doing well. Is it Germany always? Never mind. The joke fell apart. It's like it's Germany, a civil war. Of course, Germany's winning.
Well, yeah. The question is which Germany?
How does Germany lose a civil war? I mean, you never forget there might have been some rich people who weren't taken seriously as weapons designers, like Da Vinci. I wouldn't have taken Da Vinci too super serious in a lot of his weapons designs either.
Yeah, basically.
Although I do feel like they should have taken the tank he designed a lot more seriously.
It was far, far, far too much ahead of its time to actually be considered useful.
Yes, but I don't know.
Militaries are usually simple-minded people saying like, okay, I have a strategy that works, I have a type of troop that works. I'm not going to mess with this and risk the chaos that comes from that. A weapon system that hasn't even proven itself.
I would argue that was only a part of their thinking at the time. And this is something that I hate about that era, about those eras of war, is that too much weight put on honor.
Also, Da Vinci is a far, far, far earlier than that. That's like 14th, 15th century or something, isn't it?
Yeah, that was Renaissance. Yeah, Da Vinci was Renaissance era.
Yeah, at that time, you know, things looked very different on the battlefields.
Well, yeah, but his tank was like a tank armed with pikemen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the idea of a mobile shield kind of thing isn't bad by itself, but very against the common strategy.
They did take the tank idea seriously. Getting it to move was the issue.
Well, will you look at that? Which Spain has won so far?
Yeah, getting Da Vinci's tank to have any sort of movement whatsoever. That was the issue they couldn't overcome, because you either had to put people inside of it their sole purpose was to move it, in which case you would need to make this tank like 10 times fucking bigger, so that way it could fit the people that needed to be in there to make it move, and fit the people that were designed to hold the pikes.
Experimentation proved that to be not the most efficient thing.
Y'all can call me a stick in the mud or a prude or whatever the fuck else you want, but I still find Da Vinci's flying machine just laughable.
It's a nice romantic concept, but not much more.
Very nice I've never heard it put that way, and I love that. It is a very nice romantic concept.
Yes, that is precisely how it is. I mean, you know, a concept that has been revived and brought very much into it actually existence far later, with the same amount of romanticism, but a lot more technology to back it up. I mean, the Brother Wrights did get it to work, but you know, consider how much time has passed in between.
It was made before the idea testing and before physics. Was Da Vinci's design of a flying machine made? Did he come up with that before Newton was doing his thing? Because I don't think so.
He was. I'm pretty sure that Newton came a bit later to prove that gravity is a thing. Newton is like 18th, 17th century.
Oh, look, I don't have my fucking little Google smart device plugged in right. Newton was born in the 1700s. No!
Newton came
Newton was 1600s.
The difference of the People's Republic of Spain is concerning. Aha.
That's it. I'm looking this up. When the fuck was Newton born?
Yeah. Look it up. Because, you know, I do love the story about the falling apple, because it's like, that guy quite literally get up every fucking day, goes to the toilet, drops a huge shit into the toilet. He's like, yes, I needed to see an apple falling to understand that things fall down.
That is not how that works. That is not at all how that fucking happened.
It was a joke, my friend, not much more.
Yeah, he was born in 1643.
I do like the...
Died 1727.
I do like the simple fact that, you know, people romanticize the whole Apple story so much, it's just amazing to me. But yes. Not like I've seen things fall before.
Yeah, that one... That's one of those things that do... That's one of those little things that is always just like trigger me. No, like, he discovered God. That's not how it happened. That's not what he learned. That's...
Newton kilogram. That's good.
You gotta remember where I live.
1727.
I live in a shitty place where people are stupid. He just made the basis for modern physics. And I got my time. Like, my bad. My dates were wrong. I apologize. I was wrong. Don't get used to hearing that. But yeah, definitely the physics eluded fucking Da Vinci by a long shot. Otherwise, he would have realized really fast that designing it out of fucking wood and heavy wood.
Yeah, probably not the best idea.
Not lift. How are you accomplishing lift?
A very romanticized idea he had, yes. Not a practical one, mind you. I think the German Reich will actually win its civil war. Goes pretty well for them.
Well, it just gone about it. You come up with a flying. How did you get to there before you got a working prototype of a glider? Like, how did your brain go, like, I'm gonna make a fucking airplane?
You look at the fucking birds and you go like, oh, look, they can glide. You go from there.
Yes! Okay, so then why did you skip the glider part?
Because you're a fucking idiot and you have no idea how physics work.
He completely skipped the gliding part.
Indeed. I mean, that's how we came up with the idea of, you know, actually in a car. Maybe that gliding part is important. Maybe we should actually try to copy that instead of having wings that fucking move up and down.
We managed to get the gliding part down somewhat simply enough. It was the issue is it required you jumping off someplace really high and you weren't going very far.
But hey, at least, you know, we had a start. We had proven that it can be done.
That's why people were like, the Wright brothers invented flight. No, they didn't. They just found the way to make a combustible engine carry a plane. We already had the power of flight, technically.
Well, this one takes forever, but I do think Germany is winning against Germany.
Actually, I feel like we should just correct all of history on that and be like, the Wright brothers didn't invent the power of man-made flight. They invented man-made lift.
Which, to be fair, you know, for the people of the time, that was flight.
Well, wait. No, could we classify it as that? Wouldn't a hot air balloon be the first example, be the more accurate example of man-made lift?
Yeah, modernity always tries to change things. Let them have their little success.
I'm just saying. In fact, isn't a hot air balloon man-made flight?
Thinking it's classified somewhat differently.
A hot air balloon would be closer to flight. There's no close. How is it not flight? You take off. You start on the ground. You go into the air, and then you can travel to places. You can't reliably travel in directions without the wind's help. But
that's not very controlled.
We're not talking about how good of a method of flight it is.
It is a very uncontrolled form of flight. It's also more like rising and then just
we are talking about man-made ability to fly.
Yeah, but that would also mean the ability to navigate your flight, because otherwise, it's just rising and then staying there. Like, look at me.
They had ways of navigating.
I'm in the sky now. What can you do now? Well, nothing. I can go back down again. Because, well, wind is...
hot air balloon navigation was almost identical to ship navigation.
Ships usually have an engine that propels them forward.
No, I'm talking about the era of like wind-powered ship navigation. Hot air balloons operate under the same thing. You have a means of if the wind is going in your direction, and you have a means of being carried in the direction you want. If it's going the opposite direction, much like if you were in a wind-powered ship at the sea, you really have no choice but to hoist the sails, or in this case, land the hot air balloon until the wind changes.
Still, I do think that the ships had a lot more control.
Before you take this further, do me a favor, drop us down to 3 times speed, keep an eye on my screen, and pause if anything big that I need to not pass up happens. I need to let the dogs out. I'm sure you guys can hear them just barking.
I shall wait.
I shall be right back.
I shall keep it on an eye on your screen. Still down. I would still say that the ship has a lot more control of where it is going, even if you use the power of sails than a fucking air balloon, which has very little in the way of navigational tools. But alas, we can wait on that. Those are Zeppelins. Well, Zeppelins are a bit different. Blimp. Because that actually uses an engine to propel itself in one direction, then and actually change its course reliably. Look at it. The evil Germans have won. Good start, I would say. We're still 1 year before anything is supposed to be really getting loose. Germany, how many allies do you have? Not that many, actually. What about the Frenchies? Haven't the Frenchies turned... Yeah, they have turned pretty damn fascist. Might want to come inside. Our little Axis Union. Italian Libya and the Swiss Confederation 106. Have I missed something? I would say that's Italy, isn't it? Where the fuck are you supposed to be? Italian Libya, you're your own thing, eh? Why the fuck are you your own thing? It's kinda confusing. It's just kinda confusing, you know? Right. Eastern Reich is secure. That means we can safely sit in Germany's shadow and be like, yes, we're safe now. As long as Germany doesn't do anything horrible, that is. Just might as well do. Let's not think about that, shall we? Yeah. I would like to get artillery, but I don't think I can actually get artillery going now, can I? To a reasonable degree. Don't have 4 military factories. We're going to have 0 in the way of manpower. This army's not gonna go bigger anytime soon. It's hard being Swiss. Really hard. I hope that Germany just stays cool and calm and collected and does not randomly start any war against one of the bigger players that could get something else in here. Only look at that. Well, Japan, you did good, didn't you? The whole coast. Against the reorganized government of China, which is now puppet of Japan. The fascist China has become a puppet of the fascist Japan. That is rather enjoyable. Half of you.
I've returned.
Welcome back. Things have changed on the world map a bit.
The Republic of China has capitulated. The German Reich wins.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting a little more changes, but that's not too bad.
Yeah, the fascist China is now under fascist Japan. If we can only get him to join us, the Axis will be quite powerful.
Really need to take some of these old Dean Martin songs off my playlist. Some of them just have not aged well, and I've come to not care for them. You know who Dean Martin is, right?
I do, yes.
Making sure I wasn't just speaking. I wanted to make sure I wasn't speaking Greek to you.
No, don't worry.
Didn't know how up to date you were on American jazz folk.
Generally speaking, as far as jazz is concerned, I've heard many a name. Not to say that I remember all of them, but you know, sometimes it happens.
Well, Dean Martin has this one very famous song called "You're nobody, or you're not somebody until, or you're nobody until somebody loves you." I think is what it's called.
Could be,
Which I believe. I actually, you know what? I can just find out right the fuck now because I just skipped the motherfucker. Yeah, you're nobody till somebody loves you. Which I just think that's fucking wrong.
Hey, the World Cup.
Just saying, I think that's kind of fucking gross.
A matter of perspective, I suppose.
I much prefer. I get what he's trying to say. I prefer how the Blues Brothers said it, which everybody needs somebody to love. Which is which I 100%. I disagree wholeheartedly that you're nobody until somebody loves you. Like everybody needs somebody to love.
I need a pause. Shit.
This gives you.
I have a civil war.
I say, are you a Swiss state?
I'm at civil war now.
I know. Which Switzerland are you?
I'm the small red one. I have 5 divisions.
So you're not the Confederation, then. I'm just gonna.
Movement attention. Yeah. What am I called? I'm the Swiss state. The fascist one. Just look for the fascist one. I'm the fascist one. Okay.
I have so many fucking divisions, and it's like, yes, you may send Switzerland one.
Swiss state joint access. University is just a thing against Swiss Confederation.
His ears.
What are they?
I told them toddler for the baby, and they gave me that instead, and it's definitely not something she can have.
Hooray, Pokemon cards that I've. Hooray. Dude, I'll take that. Oh, those aren't stickers. What a rip. Whatever, I'll make use of them.
Our troops are moving to the border. If you even can't call that the border.
Say it. Not Jesus. What you said, kind of. Yeah, I think that strategy gets it. It's the way you say and not, or how you say, I guess. Never, because I don't know. It's weird to me. It gives you a little bit of an insight of how my fucking brain works.
I wonder if I can get some help from somebody.
I'm trying. I just.
Germany, call to arms. I can't because the world tension is too little.
I know. Ah, damn it! You fucked up.
Can you send me equipment?
Yeah, that's about all I'll be able to do.
Because I will most definitely need that.
You screwed yourself.
The Nazis took over, and I was like, okay, the Nazis have the true spirit, so, because, you know, kinda seemed right. Now I need to fight fucking Swiss dudes. This is going to be such a pain. Yes.
And all I'm saying is that if you hadn't joined the Axis, right before you joined the Axis, I was setting up to send you volunteers.
Problem, just a small little problem.
If you can hold out, if you can hold out for,
I might be able to.
You can hold out till November, and then I can assist you.
I will send my troops to the border and just see what we can do. I mean, the enemy shouldn't have that much more than me, because in a civil war we get kinda split somewhat equally.
All I'm saying is that if you can't win or by November, I got it. Because as soon as y'all ended the Civil War, I started justifying on them.
You're justifying on me. I'm the red one.
No, I'm not justifying on you. I'm justifying on Eastern Switzerland of the Swiss Confederation.
Yes, but my game tells me they're faction members justifying war goals.
They are of no faction, and they are democratic. I can click on you, and you are fascist, and in the Axis, and you are called the Swiss state.
Okay, attack in groups, people. In groups. We've been over this in the past.
And according to my screen, I'm not justifying on you.
Okay, maybe it's just the normal thing where it's like, we know somebody's justifying it of action. That could be
Maybe
the
it's
case.
maybe it's because I'm an ally. Because like I've noticed that its wording is stupid because if you hover over the thing, all it says is that someone is justifying on you or one of your allies. But it'll say that even if one of your allies, I guess, is justifying on someone else. It's weird.
I get some convoys. That's going to help me a lot.
I sent you 3,000 rifles, which was all I could spare at the time.
That helps a lot more, honestly.
I'd say that's all I can spare. That is, I can probably do.
That's my logistics network seems pretty good, actually. I bumped it up to double that.
There you go. Have that.
I've taken all of the stuff in. Now the question is, will we win this?
Some planes.
I mean, at this point,
Like I said, hold out till November, and I can assist. I can desist directly. We can go back up from one-time speed if you want.
yeah, we begin. Not an airfield. And creating a ring. God fucking damn it, game. Well, if I can just get a nice little breakthrough here and there, that should probably be more than enough. If we can get that. A bit of the round going and then... Because I think Zurich will be quite heavily defended. A certain feeling about that. I'd like to call
I'm
people...
not worried. I'm not even kind of worried if I can... Well, really, I'm not worried regardless, even if you lose.
If the world tension would be just a tiny bit higher, I could actually call people into war. But of course not. Okay, let's recuperate my troops a bit, because my troops are somewhat suffering. How does it look? Large river crossing and division still preparing. Yeah, prepare. We have some time. As long as the enemy doesn't do any attack on us, that is. Separate on weather. Yeah, superiority. I guess that would happen. Now the problem is also if all of my allies are sending troops into my little country now, my smaller country, to sit there, they're gonna eat my fucking resources. I really don't like that. And the air superiority, plus 10%. The fact that we're still preparing though, that's actually the one thing that's keeping me from being deficient about it. Now, attack!
So I've also extended my front line because I forgot. I just remembered that you and I have military access to each other's land, so I can extend the front line into your territory.
Yeah, just make sure you're not eating all of the logistical supplies that I might need. Reply my small little troops.
I'm not putting them there necessarily as part of the final battle plan. I was more just putting them there so that way it would just be more arms to help you defend.
Yeah, since you're not in the war,
Because
how are you going to defend me?
Wait, is that? Oh, I thought that was my unit. That was And yet Germany is also sitting there.
Yep. I want my superior firepower. Thank you very much, game. There's no better plan than superior firepower. Superior firepower is always superior, as the name implies. Come on, breakthrough. I believe in you, my little troops. My little troopies. At least we have air superiority. At least that.
Once we've gotten your bullshit secured, I can go into starting up the development of my armor.
Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan at all. I mean, you're quite a bit bigger than me, so you do have the option for that, at least. You know, I was just two provinces, and I just wanted to be a small little true province Swiss. Now I am just one province. Ugh. Come on, breakthrough. 97, you can do it. I believe in you. 8.
Diplomacy, I need
29.
trade. I forgot that I was insanely low on rubber, and I can't trade with you over it, so I'll trade with them. Solve that rubber issue.
Brazil dissolves the factions. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I didn't even know you had a faction.
How the fuck do I need 2 convoys? For what? I'm not getting supplies by the sea, am I? I'm like, no, you do. And technically speaking, if you
What?
can
Ooh.
cut them in half.
Guess I should also increase my aircraft research. I've denounced Swiss ideals.
I mean, do remember, to some degree, I'm also Swift. Swiss people.
But I specifically denounced the Swiss ideals of liberty and democracy. So
Disgusting, I know.
I don't think that applies to you.
Probably not, though. Some more dive bombers. Like, oh yeah, right. I can't do this because I don't have any manpower. I forgot. I'm Swiss. I don't have any manpower.
Now Mussolini is questioning Swiss sovereignty.
Can I get the militia? Mobilize the militia, please. Okay, we need to do this bit by bit by bit, basically.
Yeah, I was hoping I could get into this fight before it was over, but I'm starting to think that's not going to happen.
I wouldn't be too sure about it, honestly. Since we're talking about very small armies, things have a tendency to take a while, let's just say.
Where I would be more inclined to hope it does that I don't get involved, because I think I'll be launching some of the assault from, and now I don't really have a choice, but I'll be launching some assault from my territory, which means you'll lose territory.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good, because I don't really have much territory to spare in the first
Say
place.
that, I said that there's still the peace conference.
That's true.
And even then, this is a civil war, so if you win, you just get the territory, don't you?
As long as I win it alone, yes. It's not necessarily. Yeah, with other people.
Strategy wonders if Italy is comparable to China in World War II. As in, they were part of an alliance, but they didn't really make much of a difference in the West. Oh, well, I guess by that, I don't know.
Much farther, my proud Switzer peoples.
I think I would say that, like, China's performance in World War II is infinitely more understandable than Italy's.
Come on, do it. I believe in you, people. Be the strong Switzer people you are always meant to be.
Like, it was kind of a massive embarrassment that Italy wasn't able to repel the Allies, because, like, Italy should be, in a World War II sense, one of the easiest land masses to defend from a naval invasion.
You'd think so.
No, I'm pretty certain it is. Mussolini is just an idiot. Especially considering that landmass that they let them take was fucking Sicily.
Yep. All the bloody things.
Of all the fucking things.
Shouldn't have lost fucking Sicily. That was a painful blow, to put it mildly.
And then to pour more salt into the wound, they didn't do everything within their power to make sure that the Allies couldn't leave Sicily. I know, it's a wonder he even came up with fascism in the first place. Not really. Really, Mussolini is probably the poster child for how weak of a system fascism is.
Come on, go in there, beat the shit out of him. Can just get rid of this small little pocket down here, that would be ideal. Verstädtisch the pocket, that stops me from advancing on Zurich with everything I have. Which, to be fair, is not much.
Besides strategy, Mussolini's development of and rise to power and fascism he was not accomplished by merely him. That much's obvious, but the biggest player in the game was post World War I Italy. Yeah, it laid the foundation for it.
Trying to break through me while I'm trying to break through them. Rich people now hate each other, very much so.
I feel like when it comes to stuff like that, like fascism, the biggest time you have to be worried about it rearing its fucking ugly head is whenever the population is already just like at the brink of demanding change, of forcing change.
Well, if you let your people get desperate enough.
Usually. The change for the good, no, actually, in all honesty, not fascism, but the change that they're demanding is almost universally always change for the good. But in the confusion of fighting for that change, fascism can slip in with pretty words and false high ideals.
Yes, but everybody promises their ideals. That's the problem. Everybody's like, yeah, listen to me. I have the best ideas. I'm great.
Universal thought, you mean like January 6th? No, actually, I don't. I do not mean like January 6th, because that brings me to my next point. What people often forget about fascism, is that it isn't so much a overnight thing. Now, yeah, I know you might point to the Night of the Long Knives and be like, oh no, it definitely is.
It can happen, quite, yeah. Can happen.
Hitler's seizure of power sure happened overnight, but when we're talking about fascism, we're not just talking about and fascism's rise to power. We're not talking just about who's in charge of the government, because who's in charge of the government, as the Russians proved very handily, is immaterial when the majority of your population hates you. But what made fascism dangerous was that they were able to slowly and easily get people to go along with it, little by slowly.
And it still wasn't enough to get the absolute majority.
It was enough to get the absolute majority in Germany.
They never got that one, and they really needed it. Actually, Hitler really needed that to make things peaceful. Didn't work out that well.
Didn't really take it overnight. It took years, but yeah, no, it took a lot of planning. It took a lot of, and the biggest thing that was required for those plans to succeed was the general population being miserable and like generally not happy.
What were you expecting the people to be like in their country when their country is fucked 3 ways from hell? And the German government at the time was like, we need to save money, so. Well, saving money we will. By cutting social securities down to nothing. That worked splendidly unwell, let's just say.
And now, depending on what country you're in, fascism is even more of a threat. Like in America, because it's a huge threat here because we think we're immune to it.
Everybody thinks they're immune to.
But America, I don't know about, apparently America's never thought it was immune from the ideology of communism.
And I would feared that one really, really much. I remember that much. And lots of anti-communist propaganda going like, everything is red, you need to be careful.
But what makes America so arrogant in its belief that it is immune to falling to under the banner of fascism is because we fought fascists.
Oh, yeah, you did. Quite literally. Fascists and National Socialists, so I fought all of them. Did a pretty good job of it.
We fought the fascists. We did all this and blah blah blah, and we saved the world in World War II. We didn't, but everybody likes to try to fucking act like it.
I mean, to be fair, you did do well.
And that belief that you couldn't possibly fall to this ideology under this ideology that we fought against, and that is so clear cut black and white evil. Then now you're incredibly susceptible to it, aren't you?
Well, yes, you would think you would be immune to it, but others thought so as well.
All that belief of immunity to accomplish. At first, it did what it should have, and it inspired a great degree of vigilance. That to make sure that it didn't happen again.
Yeah, which is
that
really...
vigilance, as it so often does, turned into complacency.
Oh yeah, give it enough time and people will forget the dangers. And how it goes.
And not to mention, keep in mind the American education system is a big player in this. And what I mean by that is that the way we are taught our World War II history, we get taught about all the grand evil shit that Hitler did. No, there is not much time spent to educate the children on how it got there.
Yeah, it's a bit different around here for obvious reasons. We learned
The
quite a
United
bit about
States
it.
of America declared war on the United States of America. The only difference in those two is the lowercase the.
Needed to be a difference. Now we have it. 2 divisions left in this little pocket here. And we go over to Zurich and beat their shit.
Look over at the map. They're not listed as the United States. They're listed as constitutionalists.
Yep. I need to beat some difference there.
DR.
We finally done with this. Come on. Break the last few divisions. Break them.
No. And FDR's current national focus is to extend the Chinese Exclusion Act. Oh no. That's not good. I forgot about that. I had forgotten all about the Chinese Exclusion Act. That's a real fucking thing that we did.
You did, indeed. Have you forgotten already?
How the constitutionalists are near Canada. You see them as near Canada. I see them as starting in the birthplace of America.
Now, come on. Last fucking division. No supplies, no nothing.
Boston.
Come on, bleed them dry, please. Last division, go away. Nobody likes you. Swiss needs to reconquer the territories.
I'm just surrounding this little bucket. Yep. Now we're all moving over to Zurich.
My troops are already marching over to Zurich, getting into position to finally storm the place. Make sure that those evil people get the lesson learned. We're also going to attack from the German side, apparently, which is a large river crossing, which is really not a good idea. But hey, nobody said the Swiss people were smart people.
Yeah, that's true.
Well then.
But yeah, like I said, America has convinced itself that the only form fascism can take is a cartoonishly evil one.
I mean, that's a statement and a half.
That's a true statement. Americans don't recognize fascism outside of a cartoonishly evil one. They truly do not.
And
otherwise, we would be more vigilant against it.
Yes, you should be.
We would be as... I'm not saying that these two things are equal, because they are not, but if they were both equally bad in the eyes of the American public, which they try to paint it as they are, then we should be as vigilant against fascism as we are against communism.
You probably should be, yes. They both pose quite a bit of danger. If they want to.
My personal conspiracy theory. Wait a second, Stratus says, I do wonder how many Americans talking shit about their constitutional rights have actually read it. From start to finish, most of them haven't.
Yeah.
You can always, you always can tell which idiot didn't read the Constitution by the ones that claim that taxation is unconstitutional. Even though it's right there in the Constitution, and I quote, "The power to levy and collect taxes shall reside with Congress."
Ah, it's little division.
I've already in those. All right, fine.
Yay!
I got it.
The war's over!
I help.
For the final battle, you went into Zurich and helped. That is greatly appreciated. Using betas and dive bombers. I'm not gonna produce those. Well, I also lost half my army.
What they call treason. Well, strategy. To be fair, treason. First of all, treason is a legal term, not a constitutional one, and it's only defined as very specific thing. Yeah, it only accounts for those who aid not even foreign entities to wage war. Enemies of the nation, enemies of the state in a war against the state. And even then, that's not treason. Because, like, if an American decided during the War on Terror to just say, fuck this, and then they just left America, went to Afghanistan, joined the Taliban, and took up the fight against Americans, that did not commit treason. Alright? 100% did not commit treason. It takes more than just being an American citizen aiding an enemy of the nation.
Oh, I need one fighter.
Now, if that person that did that in that exact same scenario, if said person was a United States soldier, yes, that is treason. And desertion. And probably a few other crimes.
Yep, probably not an easy. And demobilize the Swiss militia.
Takes them actually giving them the ability to be one, if I recall. What do you mean? Oh, we'd be giving them the ability to be like us.
Well then, the fascists have regained their standing. Jesus fucking Christ, that took a while. Does everybody need to go through a fucking civil war? I wonder. Oh yeah, Germany, you actually got your Anschluss done, didn't ya?
Well, I declared war to aid you, and then after I declared war, Germany was like, hey, do you want to join this war?
Yeah, those German guns. They should have actually helped, but they were like, no.
German.
That's Germany for you. Also, you have a puppet.
Yep.
Italian Libya. Which also part of the Axis.
But strategy, I don't know if I can speak. I can't speak for the rest of the world, but I know in America, treason's a very rare crime. Like I couldn't tell you when who the last person to even be charged with treason was, much less convicted. Even in the Cold War, it wasn't a lot of treason being thrown around. You're more likely, because any act that you could be charged with treason, they're more likely to probably charge you with espionage or something else. Even if it would technically and legally fall also under the purview of treason. I think part of the reason we don't ever try anybody with treason, I think a big part of that is you really want that to have fucking impact. You know, like kind of like the same reason why, even though we've definitely had means and good cause to remove a couple of presidents via impeachment, America has never removed a sitting president via impeachment. And that's because, like, you don't want to be the party that does it. Remember the dude who gave the Manhattan Program?
We'll become the most solidified nation of the world. Take around and do nothing with it. Roosevelt joins the Axis, eh? Papagayo.
Hooray! We grow stronger.
Oh, we pursue closer ties with Germany. Germany's just sitting there like, I'm getting all the power now.
Come to think of it. Well, now, come to think of it, I can't. I don't know when the last time I've heard of any country charging someone with treason. Talking about actual treason being. Right. Treason gets thrown around as a action all the time.
But quite often the actual charge is not treason.
The actual charge is not treason, or even if it is treason, they don't charge them with treason.
Yep.
Because again, I feel like you want that to really have like that's got to be a big thing, right? Because treason
Gonna have impact. Needs to.
It just seems, it needs to have the impact. Because I feel like treason as a crime, first of all, is probably one of the oldest crimes in civilization. Right up there with murder. Like, I feel like treason and murder are probably some of the oldest laws on the books, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Murder should definitely be the obvious one.
And on top of that, I don't think I've ever the Wikipedia list of modern treasons.
They built Great War Railway Gun. Jesus Christ, that's a word and a half.
Are you trying to send me a link? Because you have sent no link. Oh, it might be because I don't even know if I can post links. I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But
had 13 at one point. 13 whole divisions.
I think another part of the reason that nobody is ever charged with treason could potentially be that if convicted of treason, it's kind of like, I don't think I've ever in the history of the world, heard of somebody that was convicted of treason and not put to death. Okay, so this is a list of people convicted of treason. Oh, same thing. Let's see, Armenia, Austria. Okay, well this goes way the fuck back. Let's see, there's 1922. There, 1970.
It's
1967.
Artillery. Yeah. So much still to do.
Now you see, this is incredibly interesting. Incius, listen to this.
Yeah.
So I'm looking through this. I don't know if strategy popped into your chat to put the link there.
Yeah,
He popped me up a link of a list of people convicted of treason.
Mm-hmm.
And this is interesting because I'm in the Russia section. 2 of the 3 people listed were convicted of espionage, not treason. Now, they must have tried them with treason with the crime being espionage? Is that how I'm meant to interpret that?
Yeah.
Because I guess I shouldn't. Back further in that strategy, it actually, the earliest date, I also just skimmed it, and the earliest date I saw was like 699. So, or 600 AD, in the 600 AD, so fucking that. But, yeah, I know America doesn't, like, for America, I meant within the USA, I didn't actually make it down to the America area. I'm gonna scroll down. The United States, let's see, there's Philip Virgil, John Michael, convicted of treason and sentenced to hanging, pardoned by George Washington. See the Whiskey Rebellion. Let me do that. There we go. I didn't mean to click on that. 1800, 1807, 1845, 59, 1862, Oh, wow. And we were killing people for petty treason. Listen to this. One person, William Bryce Mumford, convicted of treason and hanged in 1862 for tearing down a United States flag during the American Civil War. It's literally unconstitutional now to punish people for that.
Yep, but those were the days. Very different days.
1922 for taking part in the 1921 Miners' March against coal companies and the U.S. Army at Blair Mountain, West Virginia. Sentenced to 10 years and fine. During his appeal to what? That's spooky. Listen to this. During his appeal to the Supreme Court, he disappeared while out on bail. United Mine Works of America leader William Blizzard was acquitted of charges of treason by the jury on May 25th, 1922. Okay, that's right, because this is just a list of people, I don't know, convicted. This is what this list is, so why? Okay. So we got 1942. I'm not surprised that treason was a crime in World War II.
Was obvious.
Guy that, let's see, 1944, 43, 43, 43, 43, 47, and he was convicted, this guy was convicted of, he was a worker for listen to this, Douglas Chandler, worker for National Geographic, convicted of treason in 1947 for defecting to Germany during World War II, sentence commuted by President JFK. Well, I'm not worried. Thank you.
I made your plate and everything.
I hurry.
I made my own too. Let it sit here, maybe it'll change my tone.
I doubt it. Whenever I'm completely stone cold sober, I end up not eating for a couple of days. I'm just not going to tell her that. Let's see.
Better.
National Geographic, sentence commuted by JFK. Convicted this guy in 1948, 1949, 49. It seems the last person in America convicted of treason was Tomoya Kawakita, sentenced to death for treason in 1952, but eventually released by President John F. Kennedy to be deported to Japan. So he wasn't even an American. I hate this country. I've never enjoyed living here. It's not worth being able to own all the guns.
We now have the proper railway gun that we can now start building.
It was a life imprisonment too, ouch. Also, they have the USSR separately from Russia. Well, actually, that makes sense. Now that you bring it up and I think about it a little bit, I would actually be kind of bothered. I imagine a lot of people would be very bothered if you listed them as the same thing, because the USSR is not Russia. Russia is the leader of the USSR. If I'm to understand how they were trying to fucking do that shit correctly. Which I could be horribly misunderstanding it. That is horrifically. That's not only possible, but likely.
When you think about how the USSR was structured.
Too, because there's something a lot of people forgot. Right, because like treason against Russia requires you to be a Russian citizen. Treason against the USSR requires your nation to be a member nation of the USSR. Now, by committing treason against the USSR, is that also just going to essentially be treason against Russia? Probably. Not gonna lie.
Yes, Russia considered itself the Union.
We owe it to history to point out the semantics and the hair splitting. Because history is nothing if not splitting hairs.
Quite literally, yes. But I don't forget advantages.
Just not even get advantages to like get off of legal cases, fucking. Like the whole legal profession is nothing but splitting hairs and proper wording.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what they do.
Misplace a comma and it could cost you millions. History is nothing if not full of nuance and complex stories that we do not know enough of. I can agree with this. Some of it I would think isn't as nuanced as others, like especially when we get into the bad parts and the bad people. There are bad people in history that you can look at and see how they became the way they became and be all like, this person ended up being totally evil, but this should be viewed as a tragedy of humanity because it was the sins of humanity that put him into this position, that made him into this person, right? And then there's people like Stalin, where we're just like, no, I don't give a fuck that your dad beat the shit out of you. That's not an excuse.
To begin, some crimes cannot be forgiven by I had a sad past and I had a hard childhood.
I would argue that no crimes can be forgiven by it, ever. No crime can be forgiven by that.
Can't be just like, but my childhood was so hard. Yes, but it doesn't justify this at all.
So there's that. It will never justify it. And the most you can use a terrible childhood for, and I don't mean like use it in like, oh, I'm going to use my terrible childhood to get out of trouble because I know I did the fucked up thing. No, those are a whole different class of psychopath that are trying to game the system. All right? But there are people out there that have been throughout their entire youth so horribly abused and mistreated as their fucked up brain is now the natural order of things, and they never had a chance. Like, they never had a fucking chance at a normal life. Their fucking fate was sealed without them ever getting an input. Those people exist. And while you'd never use that to justify anything, you can look at that and go, okay, this person doesn't belong in a prison cell for life. This person needs to be in an institution.
Fair point. Some would probably rather be in an institution, should rather be in an institution than in the old normal prison, to be fair.
Because, like, again, and I cannot stress this enough, there are people out there that have done horrible things, but who they became in their life was honestly of no action, through no actions of their own. Now, that is not even the majority of the time. Like, it's the minority of the time, to be sure. But to ignore that it exists in a sizable number, I feel is a disservice to our species. Because even in punishment for crimes, we should be looking to be as human as possible. And as dignified and as correct as we can be, and certain in our decisions. Mentally ill people don't belong in prison. They belong in institutions getting treatment for mental illness. Now, the insanely mentally ill serial rapist is never going to be made fit to return to society. Even if mentally he or she were found to be fit to return to society, society would never accept them.
There will stay a certain rest fear of what could be. That too is very much human nature.
It's not even so much a fear of what could be. There's too many people out there that don't think you can change. As my friend once said, you got to be fucked in the head to kill someone in cold blood without regret, and they need help to not mess up others again. Whether they get out properly is up to them. So I would disagree with your friend. You don't necessarily got to be fucked up in the head to kill someone in cold blood without regret.
I'm sure you can find a few people that you would kill in cold blood without much regret, mind you.
You can find a lot of people. How about most people? How about anybody trying to kill you in the moment?
Well, yeah. I probably wouldn't regret killing them.
Generally speaking, you probably wouldn't.
You know,
Yeah. Well, once you get into that, once we start throwing out depends what the context strategy. Now we're no longer talking about the general experience. What you seem to be more hinting towards is actual murder.
Oh, manpower.
In which case,
Don't take
we
it.
just start calling. I wish we would just start saying murder instead of vaguely saying if you killing someone in cold blood, because there's a lot of there's a lot of good cases where that can happen and the person not be mentally ill.
Can I add more mountaineers? Good.
I was about. I don't know. I understand strategy. I wasn't. I know. I know. I might have sounded like I was chastising you, and I apologize. That's not what I meant. Is it? Oh, I guess I sometimes forget to say things like "tell your friend" and then make the point.
It's
But yeah,
educational, yes.
and I don't even think you have to be fucked up in the head to murder somebody in cold blood. Well, I guess it depends on what we're defining as fucked up in the head, because you can be temporarily fucked in the head.
That too, yeah. You can.
Yeah. Am I fucked in the head if I like somebody breaks in my house, doesn't even kill any of my family, but hurts one of them? Am I fucked in the head if I just pop around in him and feel no regret, or am I just incredibly angry?
I would say that's a pretty normal reaction, honestly.
And I might never ever feel that regret. Like, yeah, you might be all like, "Oh, well, you could regret it later." Maybe. I could also just stay angry for the rest of my life, and I'm very good at that.
Could happen, potentially. You're sitting there, yeah. Absolutely deserved.
Strategy, yes. Well, what would drive you to end someone's life over a dispute? Intentionally killing somebody over a dispute? And I suppose it would depend on the dispute.
Pretty much, yeah.
Over here, murder is when you planned it before the act. Over here, that is called premeditated murder.
Yeah, basically, we differentiate between in affect, which means in the situation, resulting in murder, or if you actually planned ahead for specifically the result of murdering somebody. There's actually a difference there.
In America, for example, if me and you got into an argument in a bar and I pulled out a gun and shot you, I would be charged with first or second degree murder. I could probably take a plea deal and have all that knocked down to just manslaughter. But if I plan that I'm going to go to the bar that night with the intent of getting you riled up so that way I can maybe be justified in shooting you, that's premeditated murder.
Yeah.
And that's double crime. Okay, well, let's say it's premeditated murder. Is there something that is that something that you would say you'd be saying? I don't think you'd be in. I don't think the very act of planning a murder makes one insane. I think the reasoning is very important.
That it is. So
Reasoning, I feel, is very important. Now I would like to point a lot of this out that we're just talking about the sanity, right? Where you're saying their level of sane, not the morality of the issue, because then now we need more details.
Swiss states the Menti rule.
Definitely makes them unhinged. Does it though? Strategy? Doesn't it depend on why they want the person dead?
I mean, isn't that the whole reason why we actually have courts that have to listen to the defendant's point of view?
There's actually, at least in America, there's a law in the books called justifiable homicide. It is a crime, and you can be punished for it, but you can also be just convicted of it and then, put on a probation because it's a justifiable homicide. An example of this would be a battered wife who just cannot get out because, like, if she knows, like, she truly believes that if she leaves or calls the police, that this person will fucking murder her. So she kills him. That is still a homicide. But once all the evidence of all the horrible abuse and everything she's been through is laid bare to the judge and the jury, you'll find that they could be very sympathetic and be like, no, all justifiable homicide is that, no, I don't blame you for murdering him. It is still, you still murdered him, you still should not have murdered him, but I don't blame you, and I probably would have murdered them too.
Yeah. Basically, the idea is there are some reasonings that can actually lead to people being like, yes.
In fact, let's stick with that situation. The premeditated murder of an abusive spouse. Would that make you unhinged? They can call the police if something happened to them. That doesn't help you any if the person abusing you is a police officer.
For example, they are not just good police officers, after all.
Absolutely, she would still need mental help. Like, it was the years of abuse that led to the decision to plan and murder. Of course, you're going to need. Like, if what you're kind of trying to ask is, like, is there a sane? If there's a good reason, or not good, if there's a way or somebody plans out a murder without having any sort of mental issues that led them to that point, probably not, just simply because, like, be the reason great or small, generally speaking, in the overwhelming majority of the population, nobody just wants to murder somebody. They usually have to be pushed. And pushed pretty far.
Czechoslovakia is at war. The Germans now.
Finally, Germany has called me to arms.
They called me to arms. No, don't take the gold. The bank reputation has been lost. Of course it was lost. I'll help you, Germany.
Yeah.
I'll come to the border and help you.
Yeah, no, I do definitely think that, like, you're probably not going, like, a perfectly well-rounded, neurotypical, healthy individual. Yeah, no, they're probably not planning a murder on just a given Tuesday because Karen cut them off.
Yeah, most people wouldn't react like that.
The point of why he was right is you need a form of mental aid, whether it be from trauma or to be put in order to be as
Get one convoy from them again.
get the help they need. What is a TBS? Because I think you and I that acronym means something very different to me. To me, a TBS is a traumatic. No, not the TBI. Never mind. Traumatic brain injury. Yeah, what's a TBS?
Look at Czechoslovakia getting the shit beaten out of them. They shouldn't have played with the power of Germany. Germany is fighting back. Brutally. They should have just acquiesced and been like, okay, yeah, you want that area, here, take it.
Man, I'm more and more just like, yeah, Italy's kind of not that great to play as. It took forever for me to get into a war.
Oh, believe me, it's still better than it was in vanilla. The vanilla focus tree of Italy.
And now that I'm in the war, I'm not even in a war with somebody worth a shit.
I mean, you're basically with the whole Balticum at war. Particularly. Balticum? Something. You know what I mean. Balkans, that's the word I was looking for. Czechoslovakia has given up. I have some points for them, actually. If I take this land, Germany's going to hate me for it, aren't they?
I gotta say, in the matter before Germany.
They got one little area.
Let's see.
I'm gonna take the little penis that is inside of Germany and I'm going to possess it.
course I can't.
And some of those lands are...
I'm taking a little bit at a time.
Look at me, I have Bohemia. I mean, technically speaking, I wanted to go to war with the Serbians, so, you know, I'm not really feeling bad taking some areas of myself. Because my productive capabilities are fuck all.
I'm just taking whatever it's gonna let me take until I can just start passing and take whatever's left. Trying to go. See, yeah, like, we need something like that then strategy. Because like we don't have shit for mental health care.
I now have a little enclave.
Oh shit! Still I forget.
I mean, hey, we at least get some more land. I mean, you don't actually need it. You have a lot of land and colonies. I'm Swiss.
That's not I'm taking it.
I need lands.
I guess this is an option to check too. First Google's fault.
13 points. Jesus Christ, that's gonna take a while. I think you're earning more points per turn.
No, I'm still only earning 2.
It's gonna take a while.
Maybe if I just there, I'll take that shitty place and.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Eastern Sudetenland.
By removing, I bet say maybe by removing option. Nope, still only gaining 2.
Need like 30 points for that area.
Which one? Western Slovakia?
Eastern Sudetenland, the one directly north from me that costs like 30 points. Really like that to make myself a nice little. I don't even know what to call that shape. I can't because that would put me too far below, which is forcing me to sit here and wait for more points.
I imagine that like you'd have to link that mental disorder to like actual harm or a crime. Like I couldn't. Like I'm not gonna get out of prison because I committed murder in the Netherlands and I have ADHD.
Really takes a while to get those points. I just wanna take that though. Give Eastern Sudetenland game. Game is like no. No? Yes, finally. Look at me, I'm something. How much does the last one cost?
67.
Take this now. I can't.
I can't take it. I guess I get Southern Slovakia. I can't take it either. What the fuck?
I can take this one. Western Slovakia. Western Slovakia is now mine.
And now I can take Southern Slovakia.
I think we've finally done it. Look at me, I'm suddenly a lot bigger.
Took 4 territories that it had no business taking.
Welcome. The world as it should be. Is the war still going on against Romania? It is.
I'm actually pretty surprised that... Actually, I shouldn't take these guys out there. I'm going to put you on there. Oh, no. That is way too long of a fucking front. Did that just say Mexico joined the Axis?
Yep. Mexico has now officially joined the Axis.
Rob.
They're like, yep.
Is that... Oh my God. Have you seen who's leading the U.S.?
Nah, not yet. Who the fuck is leading?
Fucking Douglas MacArthur.
Oh. Well, that's
Oh, fuck.
gonna make things peaceful.
It's gonna suck so bad.
They just suck hard. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's pretty good. That brings up an interesting thought. How do you think that these AIs, like the AI of Douglas MacArthur, how do you think it rates in accuracy to, I don't know, not maybe whatever the equivalent, video game equivalent of a thought process?
I mean, technically speaking, there are 2 options. Either you set them up to act somewhat like they are supposed to be, or you set them up to random behavior, which we have. Which he's basically free to do whatever the fuck he wants.
I don't know if that's how that's supposed to work, though. If it's, I don't like them acting randomly. It's just turning off the historical action. So they're just not acting historically.
Yes.
But you can act non-historically and still act like Douglas MacArthur.
Probably you could, yes.
It's a part because especially when we're discussing specifically Douglas MacArthur, there is no shortage of so much documentation about what he would have rather done. The man did not shut the fuck up.
Well, fair point. He really didn't.
Whatever military strategy was placed before him, he had a different strategy that he would rather do, and he made sure everybody fucking knew his was better.
Yep. Was quite
So
convinced.
specifically when creating a Douglas MacArthur AI.
Yeah, you can basically just be like, okay, just do whatever the fuck you want.
He's not exactly a man shrouded in mystery.
This war is going splendidly well. Nobody's actually getting involved that's not supposed to be. Destroy the King of Italy's ally. Yeah, your puppet has joined us in war. I'm
Yay!
not surprised. Why did you ask your puppet to join you?
I didn't ask him. They asked.
But actually, a reminder of the little Venus flow. He reminds us that we are actually playing, according to Twitch, cards. Should probably change that.
I'm not.
Yeah, he's saying both of you. And since we're the only ones here, I'm assuming he means you two.
I'm looking at my thing. Whatever. Might as well be a card game, right?
Might as well be a card game. Fair enough. I mean, it's not that far different. It's just,
Just a little bit. Just now, I just had a little more range of motion.
yeah, basically. Okay, game. I need to pause you because you're fucking making it impossible for me to do shit. Just want to go through my research quickly.
Strategy says that it's just you.
Just me? I'll change that then.
You're the only one still playing cards.
I mean, it's not a lie. Just cards with a few extras. Okay, let me change that.
Some extra steps.
Before somebody gets a heart attack and goes like, "Huh, this is not cards." Well,
Yeah, because you might actually run the chance of getting an angry beaver. Just simply because you'll usually see 13, 14 people at any given time watching cards.
damn, I changed that.
It's one of those niche categories that you can generally get some people in on to hop in if that was your goal. I used to do stuff like this all the time. Whenever I would if I wanted to add a game or change a game on stream, in my schedule, I would first go and check and see how average viewership for that particular category was doing.
Nice.
Because you didn't want something that had a fuck ton, right?
Oh.
You don't want something insanely popular because you're just going to get buried. But you don't want something so niche that it's only got a couple of viewers at any given time. You got to find that sweet spot, usually under 200 in the category is a good sign. Under 200, but more than 50 on average.
Oh, well, we have another situation where people have capitulated.
I love them.
This is gonna be fun, isn't it?
Right. So I've taken that.
I'm thinking about taking the Kosovo actually if I have the choice.
Cult classics, my friend. Indeed. Those are also cult classics are also a good one. It's me. Can I take that? Fine.
See, Venus, you're pretty much aligned to my opinions. I'm gonna play whatever the fuck I want, and people can join if they want to. That's kinda my stick. That's been from the very start.
And that was also because it wasn't that I was only playing stuff for the views. That was a big part of it that involved in it was to making sure that I'm playing what I want to be playing. But
I mean, it would probably help to be a bit smart about it, but still, I like my system.
I'm not saying no. I'm not trying to change. I came into streaming wanting wanting to make a living off of content creation. So that was the angle that I took.
Fair enough. Make notice, I mostly hear if you play Hardcore. Yes, Venus. I actually was like, he isn't here yet, so probably we're not going to play ponies. And yeah, lo and behold, a bit later, he shows up.
No, yeah, because some people, like if I'm ever streaming Ultimate General Civil War, I get a little worried if my buddy Ruben doesn't pop in. He'll pop in when I'm playing other stuff.
Yeah.
But if anybody is streaming Ultimate General, chances are he's in that stream.
A big fan, eh?
Oh yeah, he loves it.
Bam. Gotcha.
He's a nice little Russian.
They're nice
One of
Russians.
the good Russians.
They're nice Romanians. Even more surprising. I know a few. Like, that's interesting. God damn it. Can't take it. I need more points. More points.
I am screwing some. Okay, so I've already got you. I have lost.
This is the worst border goal I have created in a long, long while. I'm staying with it. I'm gonna make this look as fucking horrible as I can.
I've paid no rhyme, reason, or attention to.
Look at me, I have a little anal plug inside Germany. Apart from that, now I have these little things. This is true essence of border gore. And I love it.
Is there still anything left to fucking take?
The Kosovo, for example, Sarajevo. All the places nobody really wants to rule.
I'm just having options to puppet and satellite. Oh, never mind. There it is. Okay, I'll grab you. Can't take either of you because I don't know, fucking reasons, I guess.
I damn well hope that fucking rework in the peace conference, because the peace conference has always been one of the biggest bitches ever, because the AI makes this sort of border gore looks harmless if you let the AI do it. Then it's just gonna take the Kosovo if I can. Yes, I can. My Kosovo. I know rule over one of those places.
What? Oh, because I have pass. You can have the last place if you want. Mitrovica.
It's not the last place though. Sarajevo. Sarajevo, don't forget about Sarajevo.
Well, I can't take that.
Neither, I need to wait for some more points.
All of Serbia.
Okay, I can't afford any of that. Guess I'm gonna pass again.
Let you grab some territories.
I would like to grab some territories, but the game is like, nah, I don't have enough points for that bitch. I have to wait. Because the basic bitch idea is that it's you're not allowed to put yourself too far below somebody else.
There's only two of us. No, I'll take the expensive one. Now I'm way low. No,
I can take one of them.
Not really.
Then. Yes, the French was separate under German occupation. Germany is Brittany. I think we have done it.
No, we've done it.
World is gonna look horrible. Yep, the world looks fucking horrible.
Okay, I'm pausing for a second so I can get a good look.
Yep.
Oh my, it's fucking terrible.
That looks ugly as fuck.
What is that? Swiss territories?
No. Well, we're still at war with. Only Romania.
How do we keep doing this? How do we keep taking whole world wars and just... Well, wasn't that big a deal?
Well, I mean, few of the major players are still busy, kinda. Or they have whole world war. Frenchies are kind of fascist, and they're like, I'm not feeling the need to get involved in this.
Kind of. French joined.
What?
They joined the Reich.
They did. I can call them two arms, actually. The Axis has become quite powerful.
They keep fucking up getting into world wars.
Okay, yeah, this is a good question. I mean, honestly, this is an unprecedented position for us to be in. But it's kind of neat.
Wait, who are we still at war with? You said,
Romania. Romania is the last one we had war with.
where the fuck is Romania?
The giant yellow lump on the east coast.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yep. They are the last ones that need to fall, and the Swiss are like a disease spreading over Europe. Yes, they are. I mean, my gold standard has kind of broken because, you know, they were like, my banks are not worth anything because we're not neutral any longer. Well, fuck this. I'm a war nation, though. I'm a fucking war nation.
You don't have a single territory connected to another.
I know. I'm awesome. I've created
Yeah,
the border war.
If I were to revoke all the accesses and guarantees I'd given you, you would just be stuck and unsupplied.
Well, pretty much, yeah. Same for Germany. Germany suddenly went like, okay, I don't like you any longer. My Prague anal plug in Germany would kind of be useless.
Right?
Hey, I'm part of the Axis.
Yeah, and that's like, I didn't even notice that you had fucking Prague. How is it bigger? How is Prague bigger than your capital?
I mean, you know, that's kind of that's what it means to be Swiss.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, the Maginotland. Actually, the Maginotland is not just very much defensive, but it's also contested because of, you know, certain areas like Metz. Metz has been both German and French, like Strasbourg too.
I feel like if France had offered to join the Axis, Hitler would have accepted that.
But don't forget, little leaders,
immediately.
Hitler is dead. Goering is in charge. Goering is like, yes, France is good. In our timeline, Hitler has been assassinated, and Goering took over after he blamed the French and the British for that.
Even in the real timeline, I feel like if France had offered to ally with Germany, they would have accepted that in a heartbeat.
Not really, no. Because A, we hate them for well, what they did after the First World War was, and B, we kind of wanted to get back some of our territories. And if they hadn't given them to us, we would have taken them with military. Obviously.
Couple of counterpoints that I'd like to offer for your consideration. First and foremost, contrary to all the jokes and all the memes, it's often forgotten. Oh, I forgot that we were still paused. I had paused us. My bad.
I have called some allies, the Frenchies.
What is often forgotten by the annals of history is the very important fact that at the outbreak of World War II, France is considered one of the strongest militaries on the globe.
Yeah, that idea fell quickly.
Then let's address that real quick. That happened by a ballsy plan that had as much a chance to fail as it did to succeed.
Oh, fair point. There was no guarantee there.
So now then, so that addresses point one about your hatred of them. Point one being that regardless of hatred of them, I feel like Hitler would have gladly welcomed that kind of strength. Now
potentially,
then,
yes, but the reliable strength.
On to point two, and also that it is reliable strength. It was just a very ballsy plan. The French definitely had reliable strength. It's just being outplayed and outmaneuvered doesn't make you necessarily a weakling or incompetent. Not always. Sometimes it just means your opponent was just that much better. That doesn't make you that much horrible.
They could have done better. I mean, they did better in World War I after all. They did kind of prove that.
Right. Now then, which brings me to point two, which you brought up as, there's a lot of territory you wanted back.
Indeed.
Need to remind you, the leader is Adolf Hitler. And,
What are you playing, Ash? I'm Swiss. It's the Great Swiss. The Great Swiss.
If France had offered an alliance with Germany, here's what I think would have realistically happened. Germany would have accepted, probably tried to put some terms down that, like, yeah, you can join if, but they wouldn't have been super They wouldn't have been they wouldn't have been for territories and such like that. Instead, Germany would have likely used France as the frontline troops to repel the Allies on the west, which
Oh boy.
would have grossly weakened them. And then Germany, being led by again Hitler,
Yes.
would have just came in and took the territory anyways. He still would have taken the territory probably from France.
Yeah, the problem with the French is, after what they have demanded of us, a large part of Hitler's popularity came from his anti-French sentiment that he brought into the public, and well, if he then were to turn around to be like, no, we're going to be allies now, yeah, I think that would have potentially to another civil war coming up. And I can't.
And if you wanted to make it a little less evil, of an evil, blatantly evil backstab, it would have been easy. Hitler just says, okay, you're going to hold the West, and we'll assist, and then he would have sent troops, and then he would have probably had used the territory that was formerly Germany's as a staging ground, and then just never removed troops from there.
The Western industrial areas.
Putting the French into the position of breaking the alliance over a few cities, and then having to fight that massive war, which no guarantee that the allies that you've been fighting are going to stop fighting you. I think that it would have worked.
Maybe. Still, Hitler was really known for being very diplomatic in his views.
All I know, Chad, is that Hitler would have never had no chance of winning against the USSR.
Yeah, very many things had turned out very, very differently, then yes. But, well, we had this debate already. It's like, yes, if everything was different, then maybe.
Right. And how is Hitler being cocky cost them the USSR? Because it wasn't cockiness that, puts their final destination in Russia thousands of miles from their bases of supply.
I mean, just as we just saw, Germany signed the Ribbentrop Pact again, so, everybody knew that thing would fall flat because no way in hell that will stay.
It's not Hitler's ego or cockiness that caused material shortages, which caused the Germans to not have adequate winter clothing when they were in Russia during the cold season.
Well, to be fair, you can say that it is very much cocky to assume that you can fight a land war in Russia and actually win in winter. That is fucking cocky, to be fair.
He didn't start that fight in winter. He made it to Moscow before winter.
Yes, and what good does that do you?
It would have done then we get into a lot of things everything would have had to have changed now because I'm trying to fix some outdated burrito. What the fuck?
We have moved forward slowly.
I see.
Romania is going down.
Anyway,
we don't need to do shit for that. Amazing.
But it wasn't cockiness that had Hitler stuck outside of Moscow when winter struck. It was a very staunch Russian defense.
Well, the usual Russian way of defense. We're just gonna throw everything and everything and everything even more against you.
Yeah, which is something that Germany could have never overcame without, as we've previously stated, literally everything changing. Like all the facts of the war changing.
Yeah, especially the Russia campaign would need to be completely redone from basically the get-go in order to have any chance of that success. And then you would need free troops that weren't needed anywhere else. Pain in the ass. Well, yes, the Russians would just have continued. They would have quite literally burnt down the fucking city and just went their way.
Even if they took Moscow, yes, it would have been a massive blow, but the Soviets wouldn't capitulate. They did fight it in the Soviet Union, yeah. And to be fair to your chat, because I did just kind of immediately launch a surprise assault there.
Okay, we're at war now with who? Oh, with the Greeks. With Greeks and...
Are we at war with the Greeks, or did the Greeks... I thought they just joined.
Yeah, they didn't give in to the pressure. They resisted. Okay. So we're now at war with them.
Russia would need literal time travel to fix... Germany would need literal time travel to fix all the mistakes.
But hey, we have almost dealt with fucking Romania, so we're just gonna steamroll the Greeks now, and then we're gonna go north and steamroll the fucking Republic of Estonia, and we're done. And then we can go home. Make more border guards. Oh, the map looks horrible. We have done horrible things to this map.
Really have.
Just kind of
No, I will be fair to y'all, chat, and I would love to hear how he or she or they think Germany could have beaten Russia at all.
I mean, it's always an interesting discussion to have all of the what-ifs put on the table. That much is true. I mean, sure. I see.
I'm not so much interested in the what-ifs as I am the details of what needed to be, of what needs to happen for the what-if.
Look at it. We're successfully beating the Romanians and nobody was surprised. That bloody fucking all. Yeah, good order, huh? And I'm the one with the biggest army. 6 whole divisions in this war. Fucking militia system of the Swiss.
Oh, sir, Germany didn't need to fight a 2-front war. Might have made a small difference. It wouldn't have. For multiple reasons. For first and foremost, Germany could have never held its own against the combined weight of the United Kingdom and the United States. With the United Kingdom as a staging ground and the absolutely overwhelming and unmatched production capabilities of the United States at the time.
Yes, but don't forget, the United States was also considered a bit of a sleeping giant for most of that time. For good reasons.
Well, yeah, but the only thing we've changed is Germany beating Russia. That's the only thing I thought we changed.
Yeah, problem is we would have to start at a specific point, otherwise we're just going to throw everything together and be like, yeah, it's not going to change.
Also, for all the fucking hell and shit that people want to give Hitler for going after Russia, the facts of the matter just kind of dispute that, considering it's especially now very well known that Stalin always had the intention of betraying Germany.
Just as Germany had the intention of betraying Russia. It's not really much of a debate there.
Yeah. Well, Germany...
We would never have worked with the Bolsheviks for long.
Germany arguably only planned on it because they knew who they were dealing with.
Yeah, with the Bolsheviks. You don't trust the Bolsheviks.
With Stalin, is what I mean.
Yeah, representing the Bolsheviks, I would like to write you.
All I'm saying is, Bolsheviks or not, I don't see a timeline possible that Hitler, regardless of Bolshevism, or capitalism, or fascism, where Hitler trusts Stalin.
Well, yeah, no. But you know, if you were working with somebody...
And honestly, when it came to that, it had very little to do with him being a Bolshevik,
you know,
and everything to do with him being Stalin.
Yes, but it is part of his fucking personality to be a fucking Bolshevik, and Germany hated those cunts for, well, many reasons.
True.
You know, you already know the other party is very much not aligned with you. You will play with them, yes, if it's to advantage, yes, but not for long. I mean, you know, giving them lands in Poland sounds nice. Not going to happen, though.
But at the very minimum, Germany had no intentions until... Germany had no real intentions... Oh, that's not what I want to do. That's not what
Germany breaks the pact. Well, that was quick. That was very quick. Yeah, Sea Lion. Sea Lion wasn't a bad idea, but just executed badly.
Everyone's at war.
Yeah, the war's getting bigger. Let's see, Germany. How bad does it look?
I'm still not at war with the United Kingdom. That's...
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'm also...
We're now at war with the Union of Soviet Republics, though. That's going to be bad.
Yeah, right now I'm in the process of pulling a massive reorganization.
Yeah, we kind of need to deal with fucking Greek.
No,
Finish up that.
I need to haul balls.
Let's see, how bad does it look? I mean, Greece seems to be losing quickly enough. Romania is still fighting back, though.
Because they all declared war and then immediately decided to invade me.
It's not surprising. You are pretty good.
Oh no, they didn't. I misread the map. Whoops. Crisis averted. I thought I was in a lot shittier position than I was.
See, everything is well. We just need to deal with the Soviets now. That's going to be fun.
We got rid of everyone in low, so you decided to get in war with the right resources. Right,
Yeah,
right.
Operations
Also,
Event.
that was the whole point of Hitler's alliance with the Soviet Union in the first place. Was resources.
Something that Germany definitely needs a lot of.
Yeah, yeah, that is.
This technology is not worth much if you can't actually make good use of it. Because you have no fucking
That's right.
technology. Okay,
That
we need
is
to
100%.
somewhat quickly deal with that. Yeah, some trouble with things. We have some trouble in the north and we have some trouble in the east brewing. So I would kind of like to deal with that.
Why are you? I need to delete those. And you to guard
Reposition yourself. Let's take out these fucking
Italy
units.
and Sicily. Yes, I'm also repositioning myself to. I've got a large army on it en route to help knock out Romania.
That's good.
I've got a small army.
If you want, you
that
can also go
I
to the
have
north, because there's also something waiting for us there. Because in the north we have all of those little small nations, the Balticum.
So here's my issue with that.
Hey, we should pay that peace. Why do you go about everything? Because we can.
Fuck it. This is. I never even wanted this fucking colony to begin with. Fuck them.
Yes, little Venus, we both have it. Which is precisely why we can make Vodaka whenever we feel like it. It was a very deliberate move.
Yeah, because we don't get fucked.
Yeah, basically. Fuck your eyes, look at this cancer, and get cancer. Because that's kind of how it ends.
I give so little of a fuck. I'm abandoning Ethiopia.
Why are you abandoning poor Ethiopia?
I need the manpower, to be honest, and 24 divisions guarding Ethiopia just seems like a waste.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's a fucking fair point. Now then, let's attack this little piece that's Romania. Like smooth. We all like smooth borders, but sometimes you just get the insane need to see some good old-fashioned border go. Now, let's beat fucking Romania. And then fight with my 6 divisions against all of Russia. Fucking hero. Now go in there and crush those Romanian scums. Actually growing again, aren't they? Why is nobody taking care of them?
I'm forming an Armenian National Council. Because it's just the Ethiopian colony I didn't give a fuck about, I guess. Like mainland colonies, they're fine.
I mean, to be fair, you probably would be better off having some of those troops move to the mainland. I mean, as long as the United Kingdom doesn't actually get any funny ideas, we're actually not necessarily too badly positioned.
Switch over to naval.
Chinese Soviet Republic has capitulated and nobody was surprised whatsoever. Always the same with those guns. Now then, not just be it necessarily. I just want to have fucking Romania out of the game.
Well, we're working on it.
Yet we are. Doing it very slowly though. And I need more manpower. Let's really a problem, honestly. I have no manpower. I mean, to be fair, I'm the Swiss. What was I expecting?
Do I have any
Nice
other?
for friendship and
I
labor.
do. I can't keep track of where my entire fucking navy is.
Probably everywhere.
Yeah.
Grand Duchy of
Come on.
Luxembourg, eh? When at least Spain goes down in time.
Okay. Good.
The
So,
rich has fallen. How is the war actually going? I mean, the Axis is kinda powerful, but we have a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to manpower.
I'm going to do this, but so I'm going to. Thank you. And now
Greece, would you please capitulate?
march you lot that way. Been sitting here with an open research slot that I just haven't fucked with because I've been busy.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling.
I'm bum rushing. How can I allow? Can I send you a really dark but funny video? Yeah, strategy. Sorry, I didn't see that message. And how can I allow this border gore? Because I don't give a. I'm not a map guy.
Which means you will have to enjoy all of this disgustingness. Whatever.
It's going to get so much worse.
We'll get more. Far worse. And Spain has capitulated. Fucking finally. Get some volunteers. Fucking finally. Now then, as soon as that is over, Germany has more free troops. That can probably help us. Finishing off fucking, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That looks ugly as fuck. Okay, how is it that the fucking Greece people have not died yet? What are my allies doing? I'm kind of feeling like I'm getting surrounded.
Not even I am being surrounded. I pushed into. You are both cruel and evil. Yeah.
Yes, we are. We sometimes are.
The hair looks like I'm homeless. Yeah, because I haven't done anything with it today.
Just
This is,
nope.
this is what happens whenever I don't do fucking anything with it. Couldn't even be bothered to put on a hat.
Fucking finally. Okay, who has capitulated? Greece, Lithuania, and Estonia. Do I actually get points in this list? Yes, a very small amount. Well then.
Oh, fuck, it's my turn.
We want to take some parts of Greece.
Oh, so I've just been mad passing. Yeah, we good. Greece, Lithuania. It's gonna be fun.
I need to pass a few turns until I get some more money. Money, I say. Points it is. Can I need to retreat though? I'm out of manpower and my people are bleeding.
Yeah, like, stop NCS. No. what am I gonna fucking do?
Never. I will never stop. I'll become the colonial master now.
I love how you say don't allow this insanity. Like I have any fucking power.
There shall be Switzerland everywhere.
I will say, what do you say we give it about 20 more minutes before we call it?
Yeah.
Because I've been live almost 5 hours.
Sounds like a plan. Well, it is it, yeah. It's about time I look for good moments to go to bed. Look at the border go everywhere. That is rather enjoyable, isn't it?
It's just like, kick him? I'm not the host, bro.
I host.
I can't. Like I said, you over here talking like I have any fucking power.
See that, little Venus, you are very powerless around here.
I have the power to fuck off if I so choose, and that's about it. Yeah, you think that guy that doesn't own any DLC is gonna fucking host?
The Paradox game, of all things. Yeah, no. That's not a wise idea. I love the way the map looks now. That is just horrible. Your protocol disgusts me. Your disgust amuses me. They will continue doing disgusting things.
Well, I'm just gonna have to skip for a while. I'm just gonna have to pass for a while.
Yeah, me too. I need some more points. In order to make this even worse. And worse. Pass, 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 pass. Pass, 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 pass.
Why are you only giving me 3?
Cash and sanity. Yes, it is.
I need cash money and Carla. I'm the only one of the few and lowering number of people with a lot of cash money vibes. Strategy, if it makes you feel any wealthier, you're probably the only person in my chat with money.
I mean, at least I have a business.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I don't have money. I don't have fucking a business.
Technically speaking, my business is worth
hope.
money. I can actually convert my business into money in a monetary value, and I can tell you how much it's worth. Takes a while, though.
Yeah, it's called assets.
Yes, because my assets are worth money.
NCS still has capital, right? First off, I don't even know if NCS technically isn't in my text chat, and second of all, he has assets, not capital.
Yeah. I could turn my assets into capital, technically speaking, but capital usually means liquid cash, and I do not have any liquid cash. But I do have some assets.
Yeah, there is also because there's also not a guarantee that you get the liquid capital out of your assets that your assets are actually worth. You might get less.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what sometimes happens. I would like to.
Depending on what happens.
I can't release anyone. The only ones still around is discounts. Discount. I don't have the points to release them as puppets. I would like to release them as puppets. But I also like to just have my color everywhere. Wait a second. Oh, I can't take this. What to say? It's so cheap, but I can't take it.
I can't take. Wait, I can take this one.
Yeah, this was the one I was also good. That's the only cheap one, basically. Take this one? No. But I'm gonna save my money for the southern territory. That's gonna take a while.
Yep, think of Russia taking some of our family assets to afford their war. Oof.
Just keep clicking until it works. Click, 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 click. God damn it, he took that one. Now I need to take this one up here. Look at all of the colors of the rainbow that have combined here into... Oh, God.
It'll be so fucking long since I could take something else.
Okay, let's just quickly.
I'll let you have Harju. Oh, never mind. If you don't want it, fine.
I have Pernu, which has a better name.
I still have to pass so that way I can get enough fucking points. Can I take it now? I can take it now. It's mine.
Clicking as fast as I can.
Let's see how this shitbird of a map looks. Oh man, Italy is...
Yep.
Boy, is Italy places.
Looks about right. Ah, the gore is real.
This war started, definitely gone. A piece of farmland in the heart, or far from any conflict. Right.
I can't fulfill my
Good.
obligations.
Good old eminent domain.
Now then, time to get some more people going because I am missing manpower. Can't even afford my poor little legions.
I have a whole army that's trying to get its ass kicked.
The poor little Venus is like my sanity. Well, I've successfully ruined his sanity for the day. He's out of it now. At least I get some more money. I will helping the front line with planes, but I think I will retreat my 4 last divisions back home to recuperate, because I do not have the manpower to make good use of them. Means somebody has to deal with Romania. Somebody that is not me.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, some of my territories got taken over. The fucking Ruskies. And it's not very nice of them. Although, to be fair, our allies are actually doing a decent job, actually. Fighting them back. How does it look politically speaking?
This is terrible. Not even the honest claim of we confiscate this for the war effort. No, it's just, no, it's gone.
Wait a second.
We have no record.
Oh, yeah, the United Mexican States are also in the Axis. I forgot for a second. I was like, what? Why? And I forgot about that. Rush for a second.
Yeah. It's taking you guys so long to get into position.
Now we turn around and go like, we need to defend the Alps.
At least I don't have to give it back afterward. Right.
Oh, right, I also took over the islands. I forgot about that for a second. And according to this, basically all of the wars are over, apart from the Eastern War, which is the Great War, I suppose now. Great War against the enemies of humanity, the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks.
Then
I see ever more troops moving in here. German troops, amongst others.
I don't really need to make. We don't need signal.
Well, all of my troops are marching back home and going like, yep, that was enough. Started with 6 divisions, I think, and we now have 4 left. Should say enough.
How is Romania putting up so much of a fucking fight?
Are you really surprised? They're quite literally fighting for their life.
Yeah.
Cancel the lease with me. Disgusting. And then it's time to get my fucking garrisons supplied. I hope. Okay, what's happening in fucking East Asia? It looks somewhat better than what we have in Europe right now. Be fair. Oh god, just the amount of troops that are surrounded in this one little pocket here. Oh god.
That fucking. I've seen all these armies on the fucking border of Romania, and yet we still lose territory.
Even worse, you in some places have, for a second at least, been surrounded, which is never a good state to be in. So I think there are some...
Sure, I'm being surrounded, but...
So I'd like to point out there are some Russian troops in there now that are kind of helping the fucking Romanians. I mean, I have planes now in the North Balkans to help out. But yeah, that plus the infrastructure is probably not that great. I'm pretty sure the infrastructure can't actually afford what's going on there. Which means too many troops on too little spaces, no supplies for most of those troops. Yep. It's not going to go well, let's just say.
Where are you guys? You're where you need to be. Great. Now that I've completely re-established my front line.
A small little Swiss penis gets extended into Russian territory in the north. Lovely. Okay, produce some convoys, please.
You guys, go help. You guys
Yes,
help them.
push them. Push them.
You guys just starting on.
I could build some streets up there, but it would probably take far too long. Ah. And Romania is, well, still keeping on. Actually, kind of impressed by their nature spirit, if it weren't for the fact that at this point there are over 20 divisions of Russian nature.
Just trying to even out this fucking horrendous front.
I guess it goes a bit better in the north, actually. Well, I'll say a bit better. Some small gains have been made and defended.
Yeah, we've got some parts, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, the south is nice and peaceful, but the fucking east... Yep. I mean, I would like to help, but my 4 divisions cannot be resupplied, so I will lose them very, very, very quickly. Rather than have them at home and sit around and do nothing. For a bit. Anything worthwhile? Not really. So I can't even get more planes out because, well, I don't have manpower. Get them into the field.
How in the fuck? Oh, they've got heavy tanks. That's probably why.
The Latvian independent SSR has capitulated. That's good.
Wonderful.
That's indeed very wonderful. Finally some peace and quiet. The Northern Front is going ways. Yeah. It doesn't really feel like the time to invest into our armor. How does it look for Romania? I mean, I would almost assume that we can probably end this soonish. Maybe, potentially.
Maybe.
Basically, one greater breakthrough away from actually making this horrible for the enemy.
Well, it seems like my troops are finally making a little bit of progress.
Yeah, it does look good. As long as you don't get encircled or anything, it should be way too good. Oh, look at that encirclement. There are so many troops in there that will fucking die a horrible death.
They actually, they did a good job of how they managed to swing that encirclement. They just kind of let me punch through.
Oh. Don't forget, after you've dealt with Romania, next in line is the big one. All of those divisions lost forever. How is the war looking statistic-wise? Not so bad, I'd say. Let's see here. Latvia's gone, Spain is gone. Romania is going its way slowly. The north also develops rather neatly. Like the Germans are defending the Swiss territories. Proud of them. Now if I were to look at this with constructions, how many repairs would I have to make? Why am I even thinking about that? Let's look at that depressing list, shall we? We might be able to see the fall of those fucking Romanians. Another land lease or small arms. I mean, it's not so much that I have a problem with guns or any equipment. No, my main problem is that I don't have the people to actually have take care of those things. Actually, to be fair now, garrisoning groups are taking a lot out of me.
They deploy heavy AA to defend Rome. Yeah, sure, why not?
I mean, it keeps Rome safe.
I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I'm not exactly going down the right route if I wanted to reform the Roman Empire like Mussolini did. Instead, I'm just gonna take whatever fucking land I put my boot on and just be like, yep, that's mine now.
Fair point. Look at that. Fucking finally Romania is getting... Albania joins us. The Axis has some friends in the world at this point.
Is America still not involved?
You know, America's just sleeping. They're quite literally not doing anything.
They are. It's actually they're justifying against Japan.
All the things. It's actually the least thing we need to be worried about because Japan is actually not in the Axis.
They want to overthrow the ruling government and puppet the Empire of Japan.
Is that really what they're aiming for? I mean, better for us, you know. It means we don't have to deal with them. Can let them handle East Asia.
You say that, we could just one of us could justify on the U.S. and then call the whole faction in.
I mean, if this war goes well for us and we see could win, well, sure. Could probably keep it cheeky about it.
I'm kind of surprised that Japan didn't end up in the Axis, but well, I guess with the death of Hitler, they just were like, oh, fuck it.
That kind of threw a bit of a wrench in most plans, and then, well, I mean, Goering does a good job so far, keeping the Axis intact and growing. Surprisingly good job, actually. Now then, take over the next piece of land, please. Come on.
Come on.
Beat back those evil
Also,
Russians.
You aren't going the wrong way. You are trying to reform the Justinian Empire. Yeah.
Romania, Romania, it fights back with all it has.
It would really be funny to see the clusterfuck that would be if Germany suddenly went to war with fucking the Swiss.
It would be a very,
There's
very short war.
There's so many territories and very... No, I don't think it would.
Yeah, they would just steamroll my capital, and then I'd be like, okay, that's great. Feeling dead.
I think that because you're of how it's fucking spread out. Oh yeah, you know what? I'll sign the tripartite act.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't really capitulate quickly, but still, I wouldn't have much of a chance of winning, though. We could just get fucking Romania out. I mean, Romania getting all of the fucking supplies out of fucking Soviets is what's kind of stopping this from being just a steamroll. And in the north, they are coming back to fight us again. Bloody fucking Russians.
Get in there. Switzerland literally booby-trapped their own roads to keep Germany out.
I mean, you know, you have to do what you have to do. And those Germans look mighty aggressive. And... yeah. Fighting up and down the mountains. That's fun for all family. I have one of the little islands, though. That'd be good. I have some nice vacation homes now that I can just retreat to. Oh, will you look at that? Beating back the Russians in the north makes Swift territory even greater. Even more gory to look at. Yes, it's precisely what we want to see.
Now, where did you go? There you are. You. Ground support and air superiority. Attach yourself to them.
It's
Then
like
give
we
me
need
more
600k more
fighters.
manpower. Game. Which guns? Construction speed, it doesn't help me though.
You never saw those plaques on the road when getting near the border of Switzerland? Supposed to blow shit up if Germany came in to say hi. No, I've never heard of it. Of course, I've never been to Switzerland, so I've never seen these plaques.
German People's Republic. Well, nobody cares about the Tuvans. Tuvans are gonna fall.
Okay, so we'll just let this build up a little bit more.
The Soviet-Polish War. The Soviets gonna get fucking beaten by the Polish now. The Poles are actually beating back the Soviets. As is going rather well. With the Soviets pissing off everybody. They now have a fucking huge front line that they probably can't serve.
Let's see here.
Which means we should be able to break fucking Romania easier because they're probably gonna pull some troops away from there. Green
And
port
it looks
section.
like, oh man, that definitely did the trick. I reinforced my guys' air power because we did not have air superiority. What we do now?
Look at what little is left here.
The Polish Peasant Union wants to wants docking right. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we almost have gotten this front line somewhat more straight. I mean, somewhat. It's not perfect, but it's something.
Take that.
Nice, like, let me send you all of your things. I'm sitting here like, yes, but I don't need those things because I have no troops to make use of.
Take there.
Okay, send him into the Eastern Balkans.
Very good. Yeah, Romania will capitulate soon.
Very good. I mean, the rest of the front line does look somewhat nicer now to look at. There's some nonsense going on here and there, but generally speaking, you can at least see Romania fall. Be a worthy end, I'd say. Okay, where is Romania?
Yeah, I don't see them doing anything but fighting for fun at this point. We're just steadily pushing them.
Yep. That only really leaves Russia as our greatest enemy. I mean, there's some small, you know, Latvian independent nonsense people trying to fight back, but meh, we can probably ignore those.
Take them over there. And how is you doing? You guys could be doing better.
Ah, Bucharest. Bucharest.
y'all in
That
there.
would be a nice blow.
But yet, I'll just change yours to aggressive and forced attack.
Just throw those fucking Latvian people out of our lands. That would probably be good. Seriously, Romania will fight until the fucking last second.
They're just really hoping the Russians come in.
I mean, you know, there are Russians that are fighting in fucking Romania at this point.
Hoping more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're expecting quite a bit more, but Russia has a very long front line at this point. There's no way they can actually get that many more troops down here.
We're fighting more. We're actually fighting more Russian and Mongolian troops than we are Romanian.
At this point, yeah.
Oh, strategy the people playing them right now, it's Dropkick Murphys. They're an Irish punk band.
Yeah, probably would need to go for that. I need more people, so I'm going to have more conscription. Which is not going to solve my problem immediately, but that sure as well should help. Still would need a whooping 700,000 K manpower. And Bucharest is dealt with.
Get in that fight.
Let me take a look at the statistics for Romania. Yeah, Romania is pretty much defeated. Shouldn't take long.
Oh, now the army wants to start struggling. Oh, well, I see why, too. So let me just rearrange some shit.
I wonder. If there's anything else I can do for my desperate need for more manpower.
And then we'll just have you guys spearhead to there.
Let's look at the long list of things we need to repair.
You go there.
I had a disgustingly long list.
And then take that.
Now then. Look at that, they have made some progress and now they're gonna get thrown back.
No, I did not want that. I needed you.
Hold on. Just fight them back, will ya? Romania. Yeah,
You know what?
fighting up and down the
Fucking
mountains.
much.
That whole fucking having to go up and down the mountains, that is really not doing wonders. Yeah.
Hey, most of my troops are starting to be. I'm more and more adding more mountain troops.
I'd also like to point out the Soviets have kind of broken through in the north, Romania.
Hang on, getting past all these fucking pop-ups.
Who has risen up against me? The
After
Swiss
I collect all
Bulgarian
these
War.
fucking these German shit that they sent me.
Oh, yeah, that one down here.
We pushed up. Yeah, we have pushed through to the north. We're almost on the Russian border.
And the Russians have pushed through Poland in the meantime.
That's not my problem.
That will be your problem very soon.
Very soon is not now.
Fair point, fair point. I'm not gonna be bothering you now, but they're gonna bother you fucking soon.
It's fucking taking everything I've got to keep pushing Romania back. If I remove one of these armies to divert it elsewhere. Yeah. Hello, hey Valentine. Yeah, we jam out to some DuckTales around here. Welcome.
We jam out to
Oh my
whatever
fucking god!
pleases us.
Why have I been suddenly hit with every fucking call to arms that is now not valid?
Well then, the Romanians have been defeated and behind you is an enemy. Little Sars has decided independence from me and, well, that's not a problem of EAX's.
Who got what? Who the
Sa-
fuck what now?
There's a little nation, the southern end, that's growing into Greece, basically, and they're the enemy.
I click the country in the red. Yeah. And that's I misclick and don't deselect my fucking troops and then try to just order a full fucking retreat
They're
because I'm a
invading your lands.
dumbass.
They are invading your lands at this point. I would like to point that out.
My lands aren't under invasion.
They are. The lands you took in Greece are under invasion.
Oh, yeah, Thrace.
Yep.
Over here in Bulgaria and shit.
Bit of a problem.
Right. Okay. You freaked me the fuck out for a second. I'm like, ain't nobody landing on Italy, and there's no naval invasions coming towards Italy.
Yes, Italy's a bit bigger nowadays, as you know. Italy now includes
Yeah, but-
Greece. Or parts of Greece, at least.
Italy includes so many things it shouldn't. Am I new to the game? Kinda ish, yeah. Kinda, sorta, not really. I'm
Not our wife.
experienced enough. I'm experienced enough that I somewhat know how to play the basic game. I'm a little more adept at the old world blues mod than I am in Road to 56.
Yeah, Road to 56 and its 1,000,001 options. Always a pleasure. But it is going well. There are some successes in the north. The front line has been nicely
That's
corrected. At
Add
this
some
point.
more fighters and just fucking. Sure, Manchuria, send some volunteers. Go right ahead. We've once again regained air superiority. Come on, folks. Get the fuck in. Same with you. Take that port, and then we'll redo your line. You're all heading into there. That's fine.
Look at that. Volunteer troops have arrived in Switzerland. Like, what are we doing here, sir? Nobody really knows why you would send volunteer troops into Switzerland.
Like mechanized operations.
One of those poor little places could be defeated with. That would make this. I mean, I guess if Finland could get involved into the war too, that would be amazing. Yeah, basically, if you could deal with our friends over at Thras, we would have basically only the East Front left. Not much else.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's do that. And appropriate some industrial land.
How the fuck did you plan a naval invasion up there? Jesus Christ, Germany, that wasn't a good idea.
Wait, what did they invade? Where? Oh god.
All the way up to the
are...
all the way up to the north, next to my territory.
I didn't even realize I had territory above Poland.
Well, yes, you kind of took it. We sat there and pushed the button quite a lot to get that territory.
Yeah, you act like I know where fuck all is on a map.
You learn, you learn.
That's why Venus's complaints about map gore and border gore fell on deaf ears, because I don't know where this shit is I'm picking on a map.
To be fair, I was the one initiating most of that border war.
No, it wouldn't have fucking mattered. I was gonna just do what I'm gonna do anyway.
Ah, look at that. Isn't that nice and easy looking? Nice and easy on the eyes. Gives you cancer.
When we do impromptu game like Hoi 4 games like today, when we come in planless and we're just like, this is what we're doing, I guess, fuck it.
Basically, yes. I mean,
Once that happens, I'm like, all right, throw away ho. And sometimes they are. Sometimes they turn into good games.
True enough.
Sometimes I'm just not caring about if the territory I'm grabbing is connected to me or even in a usable position.
Look at that. Thras has been defeated. The front line has been nicely corrected.
I'm starting to get rioters and shit.
Yeah,
People are unhappy.
But the people you're fighting right now, Thras, those are a rebellion from my former territory. I don't have the manpower to serve them. I need over
Sure, Italian Croatia. I'll join your war. Why the fuck not?
Luxembourgian war.
Dutch East Indies, if you're not going to give me my supplies, I'll try someone else.
The Kingdom of Hungary is around again, and it's not happy.
There's a name. Bulgaria is capitulated.
True enough. True enough, but we have no Hungary in our backside. They're taking part of the Swiss.
Who's trying to... Well, the Normandy invasions are gonna happen.
Hungary, how can this be? How can you be... Germany, can you join my war, please? Actually, can I call anybody else into war? And if I can't actively take part in the warfare with my divisions, I'm going to call everyone I can into my war. Okay, how does this make you look, Germany?
I'm actually gonna put you with them, because they need it more.
Hello. Well, howdy to you too, a little cringy person. Quite literally. Choose an interesting name, my friend. More of that. It's not like we have any divisions to worry about at the moment.
Much.
take the picnic as I
I gotta fall back and hit them to close off that little hole. I'm so fucking close.
That should be easier to stomach.
Oh, fuck me.
Up. Going forward. Slowly but surely. Very slowly and very surely. That conflict we can probably ignore. Okay, who's going to stop Hungary though? Because it's kind of making a pain of itself, and I would like to point out you're at war with them too.
You're fucking just.
Okay, so now Germany is... Okay, now everybody's involved. Now the United Kingdom has joined the war too. Now we have a world war.
Yeah, Germany, fine. You can call to arms all you want. What the? I'm trying to fucking see something.
Oh, we now have the big war. Everybody's involved, apart from some minor people that nobody cares about, like Japan. Just install toy for a plate.
Yeah, where the UK is involved. America's still not involved.
Yeah, America doesn't give a shit. Right, it's not bad for first game. A little cringy. Sounds nice enough, doesn't it? And I think the war will from this point on continues to throw no shit at us. No matter how long we so much we hope to fucking bring things to a somewhat standstill point. Not do that. Last thing I need right now is that problem. Preparation. Military stockpile.
Where are you supposed to? Whatever, I'll deal with you in a minute.
Modern artillery factories. The Shadow Organization. Efficiency. Stockpiles.
Great. This is just fucking great.
You mean the border war?
Managed to fucking nearly knock out Romania just in time to get almost completely cut off by Hungary.
Yep. And Romania is still fighting, I have you know. They haven't given up yet. Oh well, they're back in the line. Would also be a good way of saying it. It's Turkey. I mean, to be fair, Turkey starts off pretty damn well, so it's not that impressive, but it's not bad. Not bad at all. You should get yourself some mods. A little cringy. Those make this game even more fun.
There.
I do think now that Hungary is actually at war with the Germans too, they will probably get a bit of a units into Budapest. Probably get an unbelievably nice little surprise.
Well, this got unreasonably messy very fast.
Well, yeah, and it does. Because it really does seem like the war's swinging.
And it is, and I hate to be the guy, but it is also about time.
Yeah.
That we
It is. I mean, to be fair, I'm not actually in the war very much any longer.
Okay, now I have audio back. Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but I do believe it is about that time for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty damn late here too, and I have a full day ahead tomorrow.
Same. I got a full fucking week that I'm not even kind of looking forward to.
So prepare your things and tell me when to shave the game, in case we want to go back to this particular border war.
I'm as fucking prepared as I'm going to be.
Good, you need to pause the game. I'll make a save
This
game.
is one of those words like I would be fine coming back to just to see how fucking awful it gets, because it's gonna get awful.
Yep. That's not even a question
We need to
there.
figure out a way to get America into our side.
That would be amazing. America joins the Axis. I mean, to be fair, America is 62% fascist. I would not feel that bad.
While you make your save, do my outro stuff.
Yep.
Everybody, appreciate as always y'all coming and joining us. Appreciate all you first timers, including you, Little Valentine. Thank you very much for popping in and offering a few tips and enjoying some DuckTales. I'm hoping that this week I can manage to do more than 2 fucking streams all week. I gotta stop letting my fucking job just like demotivate me from doing this. But that is a me problem, and it is one that I intend to fix. And in the meantime, I will see y'all next time. Later.
Well. It's it for the Chronos then. As such, I shall follow along and do my outro, so that we can end it, well, with a picture that is probably gonna give people like cancer as much as possible. Water gore was quite real this time. But yes, I shall bid you adieu. Have a good one in all of that, and let me quickly see who dropped by. Camera, stop moving. We have no one on the right side, which makes it a lot easier. On the left side, we have 2 of our usual suspects. We have the William coming by for a second and going like, no, never winter nights, and be gone. And we had the strategy member, as usual, switching between me and the Chronos stream as freely as he pleases. Same for the Venus, actually, who does the very same thing. And then we destroyed the sanity with the water core. Needed to retreat, apparently. Then we had the little Jeff. Cream boy, straight for me to talk. And last but not least, the little Cringy, who came by and like, hey, I also have Hoi 4. Well, good start. Hoi 4 is a good game. Play more of it. Get better. I get yourself some mods. At least Road to 56 and Kaiser Reich. So you can get a very nice full experience. I think that's everybody. Yes. As for everybody else, on the looking side, you feel appreciated too. Pat yourself on the shoulder for a job well done. And, well, as usual, I shall be back tomorrow, as is tradition. Although, I'll be solo. Little Chronos will rejoin us at the very latest on Sunday. We can have some more fun with this nonsense. Potentially. We'll decide rather spontaneously, probably, what we're going to play again. Yeah, unless I have nothing else,